No.
Okay, yeah.
There's a person that has a phone that says Moto G Pure. Can you give us your name, please?
Hi, I'm sorry I didn't put the name on there. It's Sofia Diaz.
Can you put your name, please?
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, Judge, can you make me a co-host?
I did already, I thought.
Judge, can you also make me a co-host?
Hold on, I didn't know. Alma,
So, am I good or?
Yeah, what was your name again?
It's Sofia Diaz.
Okay, Ms. Diaz.
Thank you.
We'll put your name, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
and who else needed to be a co-host?
Me, Judge, Mariel.
Oh, shoot.
So I can tell them because there's attorneys that are on.
Here, just. You want this? I keep forgetting the 8807.
That's the passport.
Yes, that's a passport. What was that lady's name? I wrote it there.
Okay, I think you are good to go, Kathy.
Judge.
No, they won't let us. I mean, it's
The person that was talking right now with the iPhone, can we have your name, please?
hi, Alma. Paul Thompson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Paul?
Yes, this is me. I'm on myself for a little bit.
Okay, let me write your name down.
All right, sounds good. Talk to you later. Love you. Bye.
Since we've got the jail on, if we have agreed continuances, defense attorneys, DAs, if we have agreed continuance so we can let the jail know not to bring out the defendants.
Yes, Your Honor, Victor Villafranca. I've got a defendant, Danny Lee Villescas. He's got 2 cases.
Which part?
344, 341st.
What's his name?
Danny Lee Villescas.
Got it. On page 3 and 4.
Your Honor, I've spoken to Josh David on this case, and we've agreed to reset it for 2 weeks. My client's discussing the offer with his family, and we should have hopefully a disposition by 2 weeks from now.
Okay, what do we have?
Oh, no, wait.
In 2 weeks, Your Honor, we have April 27 at 1:30 with Judge Hill.
Unless he.
Your Honor, can I get 1 more week after that? I'm going to be out of town that day.
Sure.
We have May 5th, 8:30 with Judge Palomo.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Villafranca, is that it?
No, Your Honor, I do have another case, I guess I'll wait for the court.
All right.
No.
Any other agreed resets?
Judge, I have one. This is Philip Del Rio.
Okay, in which court?
It's in the 49th. It's Jose Rolando Ortiz.
You know, the
Page
page
16, Judge.
16,
Thank you.
last page. Okay, what are we doing on this one?
I need a reset, Your Honor. He's got some MTRs and other in the 341st that I need to confer with the prosecutor on this case. It was Ms. Hernandez. It's now, I believe, Ms. Rodriguez, but I may end up transferring this over to 341st to resolve them all together. I'm not sure yet, but we do need more time, Your Honor.
Like 3 weeks or 2 weeks or?
If you could give me 30 days, actually, that would probably be better.
Alma
Who are you talking about?
Ortiz on page 16.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Judge. I was in the.
Jose Rolando Ortiz.
You want another motion setting or because the next setting is a final pretrial?
If we could do another motion setting would be fine.
Okay, how much time were you looking at?
If you could give me 30 days, if that's possible.
May 12th
Okay. 1:30.
at 1:30
Okay, thank you.
for another motion setting.
Okay, yes. Judge, I have a client who's online. I had filed a motion to withdraw a capias that was issued for my client on an MTR. I'm trying to walk him in. I don't know if you want me to just stand by on that until.
Who is that?
It's Carlos Ponce. He's present under ALMAB.
Judge, you have the motion there with the papers that I gave you.
Okay.
Can you give me the cost number, Philip?
Yes, ma'am. It's 2019 CRM 779D1. And one thing I did fail to add, Your Honor, he is currently employed. And so rather than, have him surrender with a no bond until we get a first court date, I mean, it's setting him up to lose his job essentially. And he's present on Zoom.
Where is he? Carlos Ponce?
Unmute yourself and announce, Carlos.
Hi, hello, I'm Carlos Ponce. Good afternoon to everyone.
Oh, Mr. Ponce. All right, so. Yeah, I have a motion. I don't see an order. I guess I'll just do it.
I can submit one, Your Honor. I wasn't sure if I didn't know what the relief was going to be, whether it was just recall the capias or set a bond or do a summons. So whatever Your Honor directs me to do, I will draft the appropriate order. I'm asking that the warrant be recalled and then we can get an announcement for his arraignment date so that this constitutes notice of that. And we can continue to go forward on his MTR.
So why don't we, Alma, I've got the in custody. Well, he's not going to be in custody, so we need him on the regular docket. I'm going to withdraw the capias that was issued by the 49th.
Okay, so the next setting would be May 20th at 9 a.m.
Okay. Okay, yes, May 20th, 9 a.m. All right.
Mr. Ponce, did you get the date?
Let me go ahead and just write it down. May 20th.
At 9 a.m.
9 a.m. All right. Yeah, I got it down.
Okay. I'll go ahead and prepare the order, Judge, and I'll email it to you if that's easier.
Yes, email it to me. I probably won't get to it till late. We've got a lot going on today.
That's fine, Judge.
So, but I will get to it. So, Mr. Ponce?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm giving you a break here, so make sure you stay in contact and don't forget that date, okay?
All right, Your Honor. Thank you very much. And it's going to be on May 20th, 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. Philip, send it to me, Philip.
Okay, yes, I will.
Your
That's all
Honor,
I have.
if I may.
That's it, Mr. Del Rio. Yeah, you're
Okay.
excused.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes,
can we please have a telephone number for Mr. Ponce?
Mr. Ponce, can you give them your telephone number?
Yes, my phone number is the one I have right now is 956 763. I'm gonna give you 956-301-9817.
I'm sorry, please repeat that again.
956-301-9817.
Okay.
What
Thank you, Your
page-
Honor. May I be excused.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Del Rio.
Thank you,
What
Judge.
page was that on, Alma, just so I can scratch it out?
No, Judge, he walked it in. It's not on the
Oh,
docket.
okay.
Yes. Mhm.
All right, you're excused, Mr. Ponce. You're good to go.
All right. How do I get out? I just put leave on the.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jay. You have a very nice day, all y'all.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Stay out of trouble.
Yes, sir.
Judge, good afternoon. This is Anna.
Hey,
May
Anna.
you also make me a co-host just in case I need to silent someone? I'm getting a
Yeah.
feedback from somewhere and I won't do it while they're talking, but
But I've got 100 names. Anna, that's,
it's under court reporter, Judge. Ana Alcantar.
under
First thing
court.
we'll say court reporter.
Yeah, I'm looking through here.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Like,
I guess kindly remind everybody if they're not speaking, if they can mute themselves, their apparatuses in the meantime.
oh, there it is. All right. Do you get
Thank
it?
you, Judge. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Yes, sir, likewise.
Any other agreed resets?
Your Honor, David Almaraz here. I have not talked to the prosecutor about my latest motion. I don't know if the prosecutor is there or not.
Motion for continuance?
Well, yes, Your Honor, but basically it's a motion for psychiatric evaluation. My client, Mr. Teran, is in custody.
In which court? I saw that motion somewhere.
It's at the 49, Judge. I gave it to you there. You should have it.
Yes. All right, I got it. All right, so who's the prosecutor on this case?
I believe it's Mr. Soto, Your Honor, if I'm correct. I don't know if he's.
Yeah, Mr.
He's
Rogelio
there.
Soto?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rogelio Soto here on behalf of the state. Yes, Judge, I talked to Mr. Almaraz about this case, that he was going to be filing a motion for a mental evaluation. I just for the court's information, also Cristina Rodriguez will be taking over this case. She'll be the one handling going it forward, but we have no objection to if he's filing the motion for the mental evaluation.
I'm sorry, who is going to be the the ADA again?
Cristina Rodriguez.
Okay, all right.
All right, Mr. Almaraz, I'm signing the order now,
Okay, Your Honor.
and it'll be in the stack, so at the end of the day, it'll be filed. So we don't need to bring your client out then?
At this moment, I don't believe so, Your Honor. In that same motion, I also asked if it was possible, and of course, the court can check with probation and with the ADA. If it's possible to get him out on bond, a reasonable bond, then we could take him to all the places that he needs to go to. But, we can wait on that, Your Honor.
Yeah, you might have to, and this might be one of the last days we're doing it like this, but just an FYI, as of April 1st,
Yes.
Senate Bill 6 kicked in. Any bond modifications, lower or higher, we have to have a public safety report.
Okay.
And right now, we're getting it through pretrial services, but actually, we're going to be discussing that today at 2. So also on FYI, there's going to be a break of about 20 minutes at 2 o'clock. all the judges and the sheriff's department, pretrial services, were discussing the implementation of the new requirement that we're not going to be able to do bond modification on most cases. On some we will, unless we already have a public safety report in hand and in the system. And we'll be letting the bar know how to best do that, but you're going to have to file motions. Generally, that's what you're going to have to do so that pretrial services can get that report to us before the hearing. So we have to certify at the end of the day, or within 72 hours, that we reviewed that before modifying any bonds. Then that's general. There are some exceptions, but as a general rule, that's going to be applicable across the board. So for right now, Mr. Almaraz, I'm always willing to, move it along, but at this point, they're kind of tying our hands in Austin.
I understand, Your Honor. As far as that, we don't have to bring my client out who is in custody, as long as the court did sign that motion for psychiatric evaluation. And I'll wait for the court to tell me about these new guidelines on bond before I file my next bond.
Well, no, you can file it next week, and we're going to probably make a decision on that in an hour or so.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Almaraz.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Excused. Thank you. Anyone else haven't agreed? Something that we can take off the docket?
Your Honor, this is Mary Capello. How are you, Judge?
Good afternoon, Mary. How you doing?
I'm good, Judge. I have 2020 CRM 000770D3. And I was trying to get a hold of my client, but I found out he's in jail and I haven't been able to speak to him. I have a hearing really quick with Judge Selena Mireles. If I could come back in like about 10 minutes, I think the judge is going to reset that case for trial.
In which docket were you in? Which court?
Right now, I'm
talking about this case with the in-custody case.
Yes, 2020 CRM.
D what?
The 341st, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's in the add-on docket.
What was the name?
Nathan Charles Rodriguez, Judge. I believe he's in custody. And I wanted just a few minutes. I think we're going to have an agreement on this case, Judge, but I've been calling his number without knowing that he had been in jail. And I just need to visit with him. If the court will let me leave to a meeting with him just to make sure that.
Well, we might be able to put you in a breakout room if it's something quick, and then you can make your announcement when he comes back. But we'll wait for you, obviously. There's going to be time because I don't think we're going to actually get to the docket before they call me into that meeting. So we're going to just do resets right now. So you'll have some time. Okay.
Okay, so if you could just give me just a few minutes to go to the CPS court, Judge, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have one, Your Honor. This is Ernest Garcia.
Hello, Mr. Garza.
It's in the 49th, Your Honor. It's Alfonso Esteban Urbina.
I got him on page 2, and
I think that's 2 of them.
Yes. What? This is a plea status.
Your Honor, we did fill out a plea packet the last time we had court with Judge Lopez. My client came on and said he wanted a trial, so they reset him for day. Nothing has changed there. We just need a setting. I don't need him out.
Alma, the final pretrial then for Mr. Garza and his client Urbina.
But do you want a trial date, or do you want? I mean, I really wanted Mr. Urbina to tell us that he didn't want the plea.
But he said it last time, and I remember the judge admonishing him about that, and we just set it up for today, but nothing's changed.
So what do you want to do, Judge? Do you want me to give him a trial date? If he's not going to change his mind.
Or yeah, we have to, unless we just want to keep him sitting in there.
No.
Yeah, we don't have a trial date until July 11th at 8 a.m.
July 11th at 8.
July 11th at 8 a.m. for a trial.
Thank you.
What about it? Do we need to set this for final pretrial or anything? Alma, do we have anything?
Yes, we can do the final pretrial. It'll probably be June 2nd. Well, let's do it for June 2nd because I don't know if we're still gonna be doing this. June 2nd at 8:30
At 8:30.
for a final pretrial.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all,
All righty. Okay.
that's all I have, Judge. May I be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Garza.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is Attorney Rudy Morales. I have a pass on 2 cases, Your Honor.
Now, which court first?
The 49th, Your Honor. Defendant's name is Sofia Diaz, and she's present virtually in the world of court.
Page 10, Judge.
Do I turn the camera on right now?
Yes, Ms. Diaz.
I don't want to. Okay.
What's her name?
Page 10, Judge.
Sophia Barbara
Yes,
Diaz?
sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
So
Judge.
what's the announcement on this, Mr.? Oh, we're set for a plea, but we're gonna reset or what?
That's correct, Your Honor. I have 2 cases. One of them I had already figured out with ADA Pedro Guajardo. The other case, I had an offer from ADA Hernandez, but she pulled the offer and then left the DA's office. I've already spoken to Joe Rodriguez, who's conveyed an offer. I just need time to sit down with my client to explain it to her.
Well, I mean, you need a week or 2 or?
If I can get just 30 days, Your Honor, or at least 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks we can do it.
Okay, because we have in custody. Well, is this she's not in custody?
She previously was, but she bailed out, Your Honor.
Okay, Alma, what do we have? Maybe 3 or 4 weeks out for Mr.
That's sufficient, Your Honor.
May 12th,
There you go.
May 12th at 1:30 for a plea.
Okay. We'll be
On
very
both cases, Mr. Morales?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
May 12th.
Did you
So
get?
is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Diaz.
That's all I have before the court, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Thank you, Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Your
Yes,
Honor.
sir.
Judge,
Bye.
hello,
Yes.
Oscar Pena here. We've got an agreed sentencing. I don't know if that counts.
No, because because the jail hasn't brought your client out. Who's your client?
Jose Mario Trevino.
No, you're gonna have to wait till they call it.
Yes, Judge.
Sorry about that.
No problem at all, Judge.
Yeah. All right.
Good afternoon, Judge. Sorry, but I have 2 agreed resets if,
Yes, that's what we want.
okay, so page 6,
On which?
Eric
court?
Pedro Rodriguez on the 49th docket, I'm sorry.
The 2 cases of Eric Rodriguez?
Yes, I've conferred with the new ADA on the case briefly, Cristina Rodriguez. She will need time to review the case, but I was also informed by Mr. Soto that there was possibly a new outcry, so they're gonna get me that evidence as well, Judge. So we just need another final pretrial date,
Okay.
preferably with Judge Lopez if it's in custody.
May 12th, Judge.
May 12th?
Yes, at 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't need to bring out Mr. Rodriguez. Eric. Any other resets, Ms. Vargas?
Yes, also on page of the 49th docket, page 6 and 7, I have David Gonzalez.
Okay.
The ADA is currently Joshua Davila, although that may change, I was told.
You would hope.
He just got moved to a new unit, so it may be either Joaquin Rodriguez or Joe Rodriguez that end up getting David Gonzalez's cases. But nonetheless, after conferring with Josh Davila, I told him that I'm working on a list for him, a non-exhaustive list of some evidence that's mentioned in the police report. So he's gonna work on, or the prosecutors will work on getting that to me. And they're also working on getting some transcripts to me too, Judge.
So do you need another motion settings or are we pushing this on to a final pretrial?
No, we're still exchanging evidence actually, so I'd prefer to keep it on motion setting.
Okay, well, let's do that, Alma. So let's give her some time then. It looks like this is kind of involved.
May 12th, Judge.
May 12th. 1:30.
Your Honor, this is Fred Trevino.
Mr. Trevino.
Yes, Your Honor. We have Ivan Martinez. He's on page 7, 8, and 9.
Martinez.
Ivan Martinez, yes.
On the 49th.
Judge, this is Sergio Martinez.
Yes, now you're going to sub in, Mr. Martinez?
Judge, that's the intent. Yes, sir.
Do I have?
I spoken to Mr. Trevino this morning, Your Honor.
Okay, but do I have those orders already, Alma?
No, Judge, did Mr. Martinez, he didn't file anything for substitution.
Yeah, there's a file. Look at the docket, Alma. There's a file.
Judge, may I?
Hold on.
Okay, they haven't given them to me, Pico.
Kathy Martinez, the clerk. Judge,
Yes.
he only filed a motion to substitute on cost number on page 9, 2021 CRD 1182.
Judge, I understand the gentleman has 8, 9 cases. I'm going to substitute on all of them.
And we're not objecting, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's do this, Mr. Martinez. Alma, why don't we set it for next week?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm going to be presiding over that.
Yes, sir.
April 20th, Judge.
Right, April 20th. At
At
1:30.
1:30.
And then, Mr. Martinez,
Yes, sir.
just, I don't know if you were present earlier.
No, Judge, I wasn't, I was advised that you all had the docket because they have a special hearing over there, Your Honor, on the other 49. So I came down. I'm here at the law library.
Okay,
zooming in.
no, I'm talking, well, who filed the motion to reduce bonds on this one?
Your Honor, we filed motions to set bond, not to reduce.
Oh.
So there's no bond. We filed motions to set bond, but we're not going to urge them today since Mr. Martinez is subbing out Mr.
No, okay,
Martinez.
and this one, since there's so many cases, is one that we were going to push for the public safety report that we're required to have before I set bond on all of this. So, and that we'll have it. I'll make it Alma, can you remind me about this one to talk to pretrial services?
Yes, Judge.
So I can get the report before
Yes.
next week.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Yes.
I missed the name of the defendant in this case. What was the name again? My apologies.
Ivan Martinez on pages 7, 8, and 9.
Thank you, sir.
And I've been conferring with Mr. Joe Rodriguez on these cases. And he was aware of the bond, the hearing and where we're at.
Well, chances were, because of so many of them, that this one was going to not be taken up. There's some that I am going to take up today, just so we can get them moving. But the more serious ones, we're going to have to go through the procedure that we're required to do. Anyways, anything else, Mr.? So I'll sign the orders. Mr. Martinez,
Yes,
make sure we get orders on all the cases.
Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cases.
Yes, sir. Judge, I understand that there were new cases that were filed when I checked, when I got hired. I checked the docket there at booking at the jail, and there were new cases that were filed. I think one was an obstruction, resisting arrest.
No, they have that in here,
Yes, sir.
unless he's got another one. But
I think the other one was an assault.
there's
That's correct, Judge. I believe the latest one was an ag assault, and it is on the docket.
yes, I've seen both of them on the docket.
Yes, Judge. And is Mr. Martinez subbing in on all of them?
Yes, yes, he is.
Yes, sir.
So no need to bring out Mr. Martinez. He'll bring him out next Wednesday.
Next week.
Yes.
Keiko, and it'll be the same Zoom ID that you got in today, okay?
Yes, I already have the passcode. I went and got it, Estalma. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank
No,
you.
no, that's fine. That's fine. No problem. I'm here on time.
Okay, let's move on. We've got, because they're going to be calling me in 5 or 10 minutes. Next agreements, any other agreements?
Your Honor, if I may, Marina Brizola with the Public Defender's Office.
Yes, ma'am.
On the 341st docket on page 2, Cristobal Padilla Pineda. The state and I have agreed to reset this case, Your Honor.
Okay, and this is, again, for final pretrial?
Yes, another final pretrial. If we can get the May 5th setting with Judge Palomo, I don't know if that works, Ms. Carrillo.
Yes, that will be okay.
Thank you, Raquel.
At 8:30 a.m.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, that'll be it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
All right.
afternoon, Your Honor. Gabriel Nieto here from the Public Defender's Office. On the 341st docket on pages 1 and 2, Francisco Javier Aranda.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, we've agreed with the state to reset this MTR status. He is currently waiting for a bed at the state hospital, and I know he's in the back of the line, so we can just have
Yeah,
another.
that's going to take a while. So Raquel, do we have, I guess, another status hearing?
Yes, I can set it up for May 5th, Your Honor, with Judge Palomo.
Okay.
Thank you.
It might not be enough time, the way but
Oh,
okay.
May June 2nd?
Yes.
June 2nd will probably be better. It's taking a while to get beds right now.
It's number 60, Judge.
Oh, is that good or bad?
Kind of good.
Kind of good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's in custody, so they'll take him immediately. Mr. Nieto can just announce on the 2nd that he's been referred.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. So we don't need to bring out Mr. Aranda.
All right, thank you.
Any other agreed resets?
Judge, this is Richard Gonzalez. I've got Jesus Ortiz, and I'm not ready.
In which court? And which?
406, Your Honor.
406.
It's 2020 CRO 622 D4.
Hold on.
It's the first page, Judge.
What's his name?
Ortiz.
Ortiz.
On the bottom.
Yeah, I got it. No, I'm trying to see what it's set for. Oh, plea. Are you still planning on doing a plea on this, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I am.
How much time do you need?
A couple of weeks, Your Honor.
So we have the 27th in custody at 1:30. Marco, did you get that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's 2 weeks from today, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that for Jesus Ortiz?
Jesus Ortiz, you no need to bring him out. 1:30. Is that it, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, your excuse. Thank you. Any other agreed resets?
Judge, this is Mary Capello. I'm back. If you could send me to a breakout room with my client, I think he's in jail. I could come back. I think we were gonna have a.
Yeah, the problem, okay. Yeah, the problem is, Ms. Capello, is that I don't know that they have them there right now. But what's your client's name?
Nathan Charles Rodriguez, Judge.
Okay. Who's the officer there at the second floor?
Yes, sir.
They're gonna call me right now. I think we're visiting with Captain Magana here in a little bit regarding the Senate Bill 6 stuff. If you get a chance, can you bring, what was your client's name?
Nathan Charles Rodriguez, Judge.
Nathan Charles Rodriguez, and then can the co-host create breakout rooms?
Yeah, I can help with that, Judge, if you make me co-host. This is Merab Martinez.
So we're probably going to be make co-host. There you are. Again, for those of you that came in late, I'm going to be called out here probably in the next 5 minutes or so. I'll be gone for about 20 minutes and we'll start calling the docket, but let's see if we can get Ms. Capello's client in there so that they can square away whatever they have to.
They're gonna bring it right now.
Excuse me?
They're gonna bring it right now.
Okay.
Your Honor, Christina Flores, I have a brief request, similar request if I could. I just recently got retained I just got retained. Your
That's
Honor.
really dangerous to say right now.
I just got retained moments ago on Enedina Gonzalez. She is in custody. Her family retained me and I haven't been able to speak with her. Would it be possible to get her in a breakout room as
I'm
well?
gonna leave that to Ms. Martinez to see if she can do that and coordinate it with the jail while I'm away.
I'm gonna be working the courts alone, so right now I'm posted in the second floor.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait, Ms. Flores, so we'll try to accommodate. And which docket is she on?
She's on the 406 docket, Your Honor, Enedina Gonzalez.
Page 3, Judge.
Page 3, okay, just so I know.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge, I can move them once the jail brings them out.
Okay, this is just arraignment though.
Yes, but I haven't been able to talk to her.
Okay.
And I have another special request after I talk to her, but I'd like a prompt setting, you know, I know it's just an arraignment because I spoke with the prosecutor and I don't see him here today, so I'm not sure who's here on that case either.
So are you gonna be requesting a bond?
No, I'm gonna request a quick pretrial setting because I think we can resolve it quickly. I think we have an agreement, so
Okay.
if I can get a quick setting.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be presiding next week. Is that too quick?
No,
Okay.
that'd be
All
great.
right, well, let's wait till they bring her out so we can let her know what's happening and then you can talk to her. All right, anybody else has an agreed reset? Anyone
Judge,
else?
Judge, I'm sorry, this is San again. There's a gentleman under the Cricket Dream 5G, but I don't know if that's an attorney or if that's a defendant that is not in custody.
Mr. Cricket? Wasn't Paul Thompson on
He was on the phone, but now he's on, but this gentleman has Cricket Dream 5G.
Yeah, I see him with a black shirt. Can you identify yourself, sir?
Yes, my name is Francisco Javier Salinas. They told me I had a court with you today.
Well,
You know what court you're in?
They told me with Mr. Lopez.
Judge Lopez, and do you know who's your attorney?
Francisco Franco Trevino. Her assistant is Janie Rodriguez.
Page 16, Judge.
Judge, we can just we can just reset it for the regular docket.
Yeah, this is Mr. I guess he's our attorney, our client. We just need a phone number so we can contact him.
Your phone number, Mr. Salinas?
It's 956 526 5753.
5753. Okay, and will you be available right now? Because I got some time.
I'm gonna go out there first and then
Yes, I'm available right now.
Okay, let me give you all the reset date for the regular docket. Alma, can you give?
Yes, Judge, April 22nd at 9 a.m.
Judge, may I?
Yes.
Yes, a case is outstanding for failure to appear since February 11th, 2022.
And Your Honor, I believe it's because he was in custody, federal custody.
That's correct.
So if we could have that capias removed, I don't know if the state will object now that he's out.
Crystal? Joaquin, it's Crystal's case. She's not on.
He's there.
I'm here. Oh, sorry.
I don't have an objection.
Un momento, por favor.
I don't have it.
Okay, yeah, and this is a state jail felony. I'm inclined to go ahead and retract the capias. Just make sure you don't miss court again, Mr. Salinas. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I don't know, just send me something, Mr. Trevino, or send it to Alma. She'll get it to me.
For the capias to be withdrawn, I think the court.
Just orally, yeah.
Just
Okay.
orally can order that, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'll put it down on my notes. So the capias is retracted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Salinas, did you get the date?
No, what was the date?
April 22nd at 9 a.m.
April 22nd.
at 9 a.m.
Okay, man. And it's the same Zoom, the same
No,
ID
no,
number?
I'm gonna give you a new Zoom ID. It's 956
956
523
523
4237.
4237. And the
And that's all
password?
you need. That's all you need to get in.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused, Mr. Salinas.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, welcome. Anyone else? Resets? Well, let's see if we can see how much we can get done before before they call me out. Oh, Mr. Trevino, are you still there?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay, I magistrated a defendant this morning. His name is Juan Jorge Ramirez. He says you're his attorney, which seemed kind of strange because he has all misdemeanors.
Ramirez.
Yeah, Juan Jorge, it may be your office. Juan Jorge Ramirez, date of birth is 5/23/1995. He was arrested on 2 warrants and he says he's posted bond on those, but he has a capias in County Court at Law Number 1. He says he hasn't missed any courts that he knows of, and that it may have been taken care of by a plea already in district court. So I don't, just an FYI, I said I'd talk to you this afternoon. I wanted to follow through.
From what I understand, I think he's on page 13 and he's Miss Annalie Vargas's client.
Oh, okay.
I think. Let me check. I'm sorry, he's set for May 13th, Your Honor. Not page 13. It's May 13th.
Okay,
So,
but with Judge Hugo Martinez though, right?
yeah, no, Your Honor, I think he has a 49th case on May 13th with us, with Ms. Vargas, and he has a case with in County Court 1 as well.
Okay, well, he's got 2 problems then. All right. Well, I did my part. I said I'd talk to you about him. So
We'll see if we can get that misdemeanor case taken care of with the felony. Your Honor.
okay. Well, I'll send someone to talk to him.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. I know you're overworked like everyone else. So is the jail ready? I guess we can start bringing out the defendants so we can plow along.
They might be in the breakout room with Ms. Capello's client.
Oh, that's right. I shot myself in the foot there. Anyone got any?
There's just a lot going on.
Yeah. Any other resets or dismissals from the DA for the sake of Easter? Yeah. Jesus forgave a lot of sinners in the next few days.
You are in Jesus.
Governor Victor Villafranca, since we are here, Judge, I wanted to ask a question on one of my clients that was brought in. I believe a writ was filed, but then I saw that he may have been released. This is Jose David Garcia Jr., 2020 CRH 1263 D4.
For 406?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, here he is on page 3.
Your Honor, I saw that his release date was 4/7/22, but a writ was still done. I want to know if he's done with it. Do we know? I really wasn't given notice for this, so I don't know what's going on. I just saw that it was set up. So
well, we have a little bit of time right now. Marco, can you pull up anything? I mean, I just showed that we're set for a final pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor, he's there for the aggravated robbery.
Right.
And he's been there for 7 days.
Didn't you just say he was released, Mr. Villafranca?
Yes, well, I just want to confirm that, Judge, because I saw the only thing I see him in custody for is for this. So I want to know if the writ was served and if it was when he was in federal prison, Judge. Was he brought down on the writ, or was he brought down because he has this case pending, pretty much? I just want to know if he was sent back.
It's on a bond lip, Your Honor, and there's a no bond.
Was there a separate motion to revoke or something? Why did they issue the writ?
Your Honor, it's for a bond lift.
Oh, okay. Was he rearrested then? I mean, for another offense? Or just he flat out didn't show up? I'm just trying to figure out why. Mr. Villafranca, are you saying? I thought you said he was released on the 7th.
Well, that's what I say on the docket, Judge. That was his release date. That was put on the docket in the past. It looks like a note from 9/9/2021 was his federal release date.
Oh, from federal prison, not, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't catch that.
The way it looks, Your Honor, I think he's done with his federal time because he's not, I know he's in Webb County Jail and doesn't look like he's in there for any federal violation either. So it just has this one.
Your Honor, there were some affidavits of sureties that were filed July 30th of 2021, and I guess that's what prompted the bond lift.
Well, it may have gone through my desk or Judge Martinez's, and we would have put a new bond on that. Any indication? And there should have been a new bond. Along with the, the order to arrest.
Judge Hill put no bond, Judge. On the order that Judge Hill signed, it says no bond at this time. That was on July 30th, 2021. And this is on the affidavit.
Well, if he's in custody, well, Mr. Villafranca, I'm not gonna just set a bond. I mean, I think we're gonna have to wait for them to bring him out, and more than likely, I mean, just to tell you ahead of time, because this is a felony 1. I'm not going to set a bond until I get the public safety report, because if I set a bond, I have to certify. I'm gonna have to report that to Austin. And I keep saying Austin, it's with the Office of Court Administration. So we're legally right now, we have already been mandated to do that, but they're giving us some grace period to get up to speed. But
well, since he was just recently brought down, I was just given an offer right now. I'm going to need some extra time. I'm not sure the district attorney is going to disagree with this, Your Honor, but I'm just going to need 30 days, and I can talk to him now that he's here.
Well, that's probably going to be the better course. This is 406, Marco.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we just want to reset this for 30 days, in other words.
Yes, Your Honor. May 12th, Your Honor, at 1:30.
All right, May 12th at 1:30 for Mr. Jose David Garcia Jr.
Perfect, Your Honor. Thank you so much. That's all I have. Maybe excused.
Okay, Mr. Villafranca. So no need to bring out Mr. Garcia.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villafranca.
Your Honor, Christina Flores again. I just realized that my request is not going to work. So may we arraign Ms. Gonzalez, and then I can get that short reset or that short setting with you next
week. Is she there? Now can we bring her in?
I think they're still in the breakout room, Judge, with the other client, Ms. Capello's client.
Oh, they're in there together?
Yeah, because Ms. Capello needed to talk to her client.
Okay.
So they were going to wait to bring out later on Ms. Flores' client. So.
No, you may have to wait, Ms. Flores. We tried.
Oh, no, I realized that's not going to work. Can I just arraign her then? And then.
Yeah, but you're going to have to wait till.
Oh, she needs to be present.
Yeah, we can't bring her back yet because Ms. Capello's still using the breakout room, and your client's in the breakout room too.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, I thought I could arraign her without her being here, but I'll wait. No worries.
Your Honor, I do have an announcement to make on one of our cases, so we don't have to bring them out.
Sure. Which court?
Page 1 of the 49th docket, Your Honor, Juventino Almendares Jr.
All right.
Mr. Almendares was found incompetent, Your Honor, and the court has ordered him competency restoration. He's been in there close to 2 years. I've just checked this last week with the state hospital. He looks like he's number 66 on the list, the state list. So he should be going in shortly. Also, I think they've, I guess, released their restrictions. So the list is moving faster as well. So hopefully by next status hearing, he'll already be getting treatment for competency restoration, Your Honor. So we just need like maybe a 45-day reset. I don't believe the state's going to be objecting to that.
Alma?
How much time, Fred?
Well,
30
45, 60 days. He's number 66 on the list, so we're hoping that he's going to be gone soon.
Sometime in June?
That would be fine.
Okay, June 2nd at 8:30 for a status hearing.
All right. Thank you. So they don't need to bring out Juventino Almendares in.
Juventino Armendares, no more.
Okay. Any other resets?
Judge, hi, good afternoon. This is Attorney Javier Guzman.
How you doing, Mr. Guzman?
Good, Judge. I filed just a little while ago a motion to substitute counsel. I don't know if we need to bring the client out. I mean, I've represented him before, and the family hired me.
Who are you subbing out? The public defender's office?
I believe so. I think I saw Omar Salinas was on the case, or he made an appearance at some point.
I'm sorry, which court were you in?
406.
406, and the defendant's name?
Manuel Alfonso Cantu. And I don't have the docket, Judge, so I don't know what.
No,
page
I've got it. It's a short docket from the 406. Cantu.
I don't see him.
I don't see him either.
Let me make sure that it's in the 406, Judge. I thought I looked it up, but.
I'm checking the 341st.
Yes, this is a D4 case, 2022 CRM 51D4. I could have sworn I saw him on for today.
I think he said for informals at 2 p.m.
Oh, that's correct. It's an informals. Yeah, it's an informal pretrial. I filed it thinking that I was supposed to show up, Judge, but at least so I can get that ruling or get the motion signed.
Guzman, this is Marco from 406. I'll go ahead and email you the certificate of informal conference, and on there it has the final pretrial and jury selection date.
Okay, cool.
There you go.
Can I get another pretrial just in case, Mr. Perez?
Another informal or final?
Are there any pretrials prior to the final?
We only have a final pretrial of May 9th.
I mean, I guess that's fine. I would just ask for more time then, because I really doubt that we'll be able to work out all the cases. There's several cases that he has. So he has one with your court, but I think he has other cases that I'm gonna have to work out with the DA's office.
To visit with him, so.
I'll update the final pretrial and send you an updated informal certificate and email it to you.
Okay, thank you. If I can just get that order signed, me subbing out the public defender's office too.
Yes, sir. I will.
Thank you so much. May I be excused, Judge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Guzman.
Thank you, Judge. Have a nice day.
You too. All right, any other resets? Okay, are you back, Ms. Capello?
Yes, Judge, they're back from the breakout room.
Okay, so, well, so they're both.
Judge, I'm sorry, I was on mute. We're ready, Judge.
Hold on a second. Which one was yours? Oh, here we go. All right, let me, is that Mr. Nathan Charles?
Nathan?
Okay.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, the court calls 2020 CRM 770D3, the state of Texas versus Nathan Charles Rodriguez. He speaks English, Ms. Capello?
Yes, Judge, he does.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Is Ms. Calderon, Crystal Calderon present, Judge? We've been in.
I'm here.
Oh, there she is. There she is.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, this is a motion to withdraw, to revoke, Judge. The state and the defendant had been in conference, Judge, in communications. The offer was that if my client agreed, he's currently on probation, Judge, in another case. And the offer was that if he agreed to a modification of the conditions of his prior case, that this motion to revoke would be withdrawn, Judge. And he has agreed, Judge, to attend the state, the SAFP for much needed help that he needs, Judge.
For drug offense?
Yes, Your Honor, it's gonna be a safety, what's it called? What's it called? It's gonna be safety. I'm sorry, I forgot what program it is. Inpatient service, special needs, I mean. And at this time, the state will request for the motion to adjudicate to be withdrawn.
Okay, so, yeah. So this agreement will be placed in the other case. We don't have to do anything with this one.
No, this is the case, Judge. This is the charge.
Okay.
Is yes,
That's correct, Judge. I got confused with a new charge that they were alleging, and that's not going to go forward. This is the old case, Judge.
Okay, so, and the modification that you're asking me to approve then is for the safety special needs?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. We don't, Mr. Rodriguez, did you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, and your attorney explained that to you?
Yes.
So your conditions of probation are being modified to include that. Is there anything else that we need to do?
Is there any way I could take my medication to safety?
They'll assess you when you get there, and any medication that you have, they'll let you take it. I mean, they won't deprive you of it.
Okay, because the first time, I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't taking the right medication. Everything was going bad for me.
Who's your doctor? And talk to your attorney about this. Your doctor's prescription will go along with you.
Yes, Judge, I've already explained that to him. That was an issue. He was previously placed in the SAFP, and he has some medical issues that he was not allowed to have his medications, and that cost him some damage, and so that's why he was taken out of there. But I will be working with probation to ensure that his prescriptions and everything that he needs this time goes with him, Judge. I think that'll make him much more successful, Judge.
Great. Okay. Anything further then?
Nothing from the defendant, Judge. I believe with that address, we should be good, Judge.
We good, Ms. Calderon? I'll take that as a yes. All right, thank you and good luck, Mr. Rodriguez. And thank you, Ms. Capello.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
No problem. Do we have Mrs. Flores client ready to be arraigned? Ms. Flores? Who do we have?
Your Honor, 341st, Cabrera Perez Martin. Do you need an interpreter?
Buenas tardes, señor.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
It says Mr. Nathan Chu, are you present?
¿Tenemos al señor Nathan Chu presente?
I'm sorry, Judge, what page?
It's on page 341st.
Thank you.
Right, this is Martin Cabrera Perez.
Este es Martín Cabrera Pérez? Yes.
Your Honor, good afternoon. This is Ms. Contreras, Pretrial Services.
Yes,
Mr. Shu was retained, Your Honor.
I know, but I was informed from the 341st that there were no plea packages, and that's what it says we're set for.
Me habían indicado que estábamos aquí para un convenio declaratorio, pero me habían indicado que no.
Mr. Perez, when was the last time you talked to Mr. Chu?
Señor Pérez, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que habló con el señor Chu?
La última vez que hablé con él fue como hace 2 semanas.
The last time I spoke with him was about 2 weeks ago.
Ms. Sandoval, are we hear anyone from the DA's office on this case?
¿Alguien de parte del procurador?
Perdón.
Judge, this will be your last case, please.
Say again?
Judge Lopez already got off the bench.
Okay, but let's see if we can figure out what's going on with this.
With this one, yes, sir.
Raquel, any word
Yes,
from Mr. Chu? Why he's
No,
not
Your
here?
Honor, I'm calling his office right now.
Raquel, ¿has escuchado al señor Chu? No, en este momento estamos hablando su despacho. Ok.
Who's here from the DA's office on this case?
¿Quién está aquí de parte del procurador?
Says Ms. Sandoval?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'll stand in for Ms. Sandoval. She actually just informed us that she's still waiting for a video on this case and on another case that they want to include. So either way, they were going to request a reset on this case.
Sí, yo estoy aquí en representación de la señora Sandoval. Me indicaba indicar que ella todavía está esperando un video, así que vamos a pedir un aplazamiento en este caso.
Okay, so yeah, that's probably what we have to do anyways.
Creo que es lo que tenemos que hacer.
May 5th, Your Honor, at 8:30.
El 5 de mayo a las 8:30, su señoría.
Señor, Mr. Perez, your attorney will be informed of the new date. Looks like he got tied up somewhere, so your case will be reset for May 5th at 8:30.
Muy bien, entonces vamos a informarle a su abogado, señor, de la nueva fecha. Creo que se ocupó, pero su nueva fecha es el 5 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Let's keep going until they call me, Alma. Have they said anything?
Inglés. Your Honor, 49, Rodriguez David Rodriguez, 49.
Page 15, Judge.
The court calls 2021 CRM 1130D1, State of Texas versus David Rodriguez.
Judge, that's a plea, I think.
It is a plea.
All right, hold on. I should have it.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because my screen froze, so I can't tell if I'm on or not.
Do I have the plea package, Alma? I didn't see it in here. What was it? Oh, so Ortiz?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, David Rodriguez. No, the Ortiz plea is here.
Were you calling me, Judge?
Yes, I don't seem to have the plea package for Mr. Rodriguez.
You
I have
don't?
I have the Ortiz one, but I don't have the Rodriguez one.
Is that Luis Rodriguez? I mean, is Fernando Rodriguez, Alma?
It's David Rodriguez.
Yes, David Rodriguez, 2021 CRM 1130D1.
You said it was David Rodriguez? Oh, okay.
I have it, Judge. I'm taking it to you.
Okay, great. I was gonna say, Mr. Rodriguez, your attorney has informed me that you are going to enter into a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you first to raise your right hand so you can be sworn in by the clerk. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you will give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, is your true and correct name David Rodriguez?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you had enough time to talk to your attorney, Mr. Trevino, about your case and ask him questions as to what's gonna happen today?
Yes, sir.
Have you been satisfied with the services he's provided you?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that I need to hear about that prevents you from understanding what is happening here today?
No, sir, I understand.
Okay. And Mr. Trevino, do you believe your client to be competent to go forward with trial today?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Before I ask you regarding the plea, Mr. Rodriguez, part of the process is that you're going to give up certain rights if you go forward today. And I'm going to cover a few of those to make sure you understand. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to plead guilty today. You have a right to have a jury hear your case. You have a right to have a jury assess punishment. And also, there are witnesses against you. You and your attorney have the right to confront those witnesses and ask them questions at trial. Do you understand that you're giving up those rights?
Yes, I do.
And if I approve, in the end, if I approve this agreement that you have with the state of Texas, and I punish you along the lines of your agreement, that you cannot appeal that punishment to a higher court unless you get special permission from this court. Do you understand that?
I do.
And I have to ask everyone this question. Are you a US citizen?
Yes, I am.
And even though you're telling me that you are, again, I have to tell everyone this, that if you are not a US citizen, pleading guilty could subject you to deportation, denied reentry, or denied the right to become a US citizen. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment, count one? Mr. Trevino?
We waive formal reading of the indictment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Also, Mr. Rodriguez, I have to admonish you that when a person is found guilty in the state of Texas for a third-degree felony, the maximum punishment you could be subject to is 2 to 10 years in a state prison and a fine up to $10,000. Did your attorney explain that to you?
Yes, he did.
And knowing all these things, do you still want to go forward with your plea today?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, as to count one, possession of a controlled substance felony 3, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else?
No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are accepting responsibility you're accepting responsibility for the offense?
Yes, sir.
I have in front of me a plea package, which it looks like you signed. Did you go over this plea package with your attorney and sign it?
Yes, I did.
He explained to you everything that was in here?
Yes, he did.
Is the state offering state's exhibit number 1?
We do, Your Honor.
No objections, Your Honor.
State's exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court is going to accept your plea of guilty, and I find you guilty of the offense of possession of a controlled substance. I find that your plea has been made freely and voluntarily. Anything we need to cover before moving on to sentencing? No? Okay. And Mr. Rodriguez, I am also going to approve and sentence you along the lines of the agreement you made with the state of Texas. Your punishment will be to serve 2 years in the institutional division of the state of Texas and a fine of $500. Is that, and you will be placed on, this wasn't checked off, but is this a probated sentence? Mr. Trevino? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
So it's going to be probated for 5 years. Oh, does anyone have an objection to me checking that off on the plea package?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Rodriguez, you will be placed on probation for 5 years instead of serving 2 years immediately, although that could change. But for right now, I am approving your agreement. Also, I'm going to approve the defense motion under 1245 not to proceed with the other case, possession of a controlled substance, under file number DC 220083. You will be required to complete a drug court program. To participate in the drug court program, as a condition of this, a defensive driving class and an anger management. So did your attorney explain all this to you, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You will also be given credit for one, community service, and that applies if you're employed, I believe. So that will be approved. Are there any court costs and attorney's fees that need to be assessed?
Yes, Judge. About the community service, how many hours for community service?
So it's not in the, was that part of the agreement?
Maybe heard, Your Honor. Since it's going to be probation with the drug court program, we're going to let drug court program handle all that, Your Honor. That was a part of the agreement.
Okay, so I won't be assessing. Okay, that'll kick in automatically with the drug court program. So I'm not assessing any right now. We'll wait for the evaluation by the drug court program.
Court costs $325. Crime Stoppers 50. Attorney's fees 350. Lab fees 180.
What were the attorney's fees?
350.
What was the court cost, Kathy?
325.
Just so you know, Mr. Rodriguez, as part of the drug court program, these fees can be worked off.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna let you know, 'cause,
If you're on the, what we call the incentive list, you could get credit for all of this. So, and they'll work with you. I mean, you won't have to pay it all at once, but you can work some of this off during the drug court program. So, but what I will do this, I'll waive your attorney's fees of $350 on this case. Just so you know, you're going to be with me at the drug court program. So I'll be seeing you soon. Okay. So get yourself mentally ready.
yes, sir.
Okay. Well, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So good luck, Mr. Rodriguez. Hopefully you'll get a lot out of the drug court program. It's helped a lot of people, and hopefully it'll do the same for you. And I'll be seeing you in the next few weeks.
Your Honor, Mr. Trevino.
Does he need a report or anything?
I was gonna ask if he is released, Your Honor. Christina Hernandez for the probation department, if he can report to probation.
Wait, well, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I jumped the gun here because I don't think he caught that, Mr. Trevino. I'm assuming he's
already left.
Yeah, can you tell Mr. Rodriguez to report to probation? Did they take him out already?
I'll let him know, Your Honor.
Okay, immediately
Yes, I'm here right now.
when he gets out. Okay, Alma, are they waiting for me, or can we do another?
He's over there. I don't know if he started already, Judge. You want me to find
Judge,
out?
This is Karen, Judge. I believe he started already.
Okay, so look, who do we have? Who's there
On the second floor, who do we have? Your name, sir?
Michael Cox.
Mr. Koss, okay, they're calling me out to another court right now. I'll be gone for about 20 minutes. So just sit there patiently. And I'll get back to this case. All right, excuse me, y'all. I'll be right back. We'll take, I guess we can kind of take a 15-minute break, and then I'll be back.
Okay, Your Honor.
Alma, Alma,
Yes.
that's the case that I'm on.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be
Just hold-
here.
Okay,
no.
just hold on. Just hold on.
Miss Anna.
Yes, ma'am, can we help you?
I'm so sorry. Just wanted to know if my husband already passed.
Your husband's name, ma'am? I'm sorry?
Jorge Higueravide. Jorge Higueravide.
I don't believe so.
Why?
Right, ma'am, I don't believe they've called his case yet. From what court is
May
he
I know
on?
what number?
No, ma'am, they're being brought out as the jail brings them out. We don't have a number for them. It's up to the jail is assisting us with that. So as they bring them out, that's when they come out, ma'am.
Who is she, Anna?
She's here, the wife of Mr. Go ahead and repeat that again. I'm sorry. Igueravide, I think is what she said.
Higueravide.
Yeah, because we usually don't let them in. They only have to see it through YouTube.
Okay, I don't know who allowed her. Miss
Yeah.
Alma. But I'm just indicating to her that we don't have
Yeah.
a number for him. It's just how the jail brings them out. So
Yeah.
we're at their mercy. Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alma. Alma.
Yes.
Oye, Alma, the walking the Philip, what was the cost number? I know it was 779, but I didn't get the rest.
2019 CRM.
Thank you.
Carlos Ponce.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
A ver, Alma, tome una foto aquí a Rogelio y a Gloria.
Ana.
Yes, ma'am.
You have me just viewing you.
Really? I don't know how.
All right. Because Cindy said, no, Ana has you pinned or something.
I know I had to, I think I had the jail pinned.
No, you have me. I can
I
only
have
see
you
you.
pinned.
I only see you.
Uh-oh. I don't know how I did that. Let me take care of that. Okay, thank you, Miss Alma.
Thank you. There you go.
Okay. Took you off, correct? All right, thank you, ladies.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm back. Is everyone ready? I'm sorry. In which court? Did we leave off on?
Number 49, Miguel David Cost.
Your Honor, for the record, Fausto Sosa, I represent Mr. Cos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sosa. I seem to remember this name for some reason. The court calls, I'm assuming everyone's here. The court calls 2021 CRH 932 D1, State of Texas versus Miguel David Cos. Good afternoon, Mr. Cos again. We're here on a final pretrial. Where are we on this, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor. We've been trying to work it out. I think I just need a couple more days to finalize the deal with the DA's office. There's no need to spend more the court's hours.
Well, we have in custody a week from today. Should we set it for a plea on the?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Alma, are you there?
Judge.
Yes.
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
You have a question, Mr. Cos?
Yes, sir. I've been incarcerated for like a year already, and they never lowered my bond. I've been trying to get my family to contact, Mr. Sosa, and I just have no reach out to him. Like, I wanted to get my bond lowered down, where I can pay at least 3% and make it out to the free roll, and that way I can, prepare myself for this court. I mean, I haven't heard nothing. This is my first time coming into this court.
I asked. Okay, Mr. Cook, I mean, your attorney just represented that it looks like there might be a plea offer on this case, and which is why I was gonna set it in 7 days. So let's do this. Go ahead, Mr. Sosa.
Mr. Cos, I go tomorrow in the morning and talk to you.
No hay manera que me bajen la fianza o algo para poder tratar de pagar.
There's
Okay.
no way they can lower the bond so I can pay.
Let's do this, Mr. Sosa. I'm gonna set it for the 7th.
Yes, Your Honor.
If in fact a plea is not reached, make sure you get a motion on file to set bond for Mr. Cos so that we can, again, if you were not here at the very beginning, we're required to have a public safety report in front of us or reviewed prior to the hearings on any bond modifications. So
I understand that, Your Honor.
that way,
Judge, what, I'm sorry, Judge, what day did you give him? We have April 20th.
yes, April 20th.
Okay.
He's coming to come back here. Mr. Cos, one of two things is going to happen next week. Either there's a good agreement that you can reach with the state, but if not, I'm going to be back here in this court and you'll be here with me. Mr. Sosa, if you don't reach a plea agreement, I will take up your motion to set bond or reduce bond, whatever the case may be. Okay?
Will do, Your Honor.
You'll be back here with me, Mr. Cos. Okay? Make sure we get that filed so we identify the ones that are going to be asking for bond prior to the 20th.
Brother, I have a bond, it just never got lowered down. I have 50 I just want to lower it down to like 20 so I can pay. 50 is too much.
Your bond is set at 50 right now?
50, I just want to lower down like at 20 or 50 where I can pay, where my family can pay.
Well, one of the things, Your Honor, that I've run across is, since this is an aggravated robbery, usually they're apprehensive about doing bonds.
Well, yeah, and normally maybe I would have taken this up but now in light of Senate Bill 6, if I reduce the bond, I have to report it, but I don't have the safety. The only way I can report is I have to certify that before I reduce bond, I reviewed the safety report, which I don't have right now because I didn't know you were going to, that the issue was going to come up. On other offenses, I may do it still, but for a first-degree felony, I really would like to have that public safety report. Anyways, okay, Mr. Cos, I'm sorry we can't do anything further right now, but you will be back and I will listen to you fully in 7 days, okay?
And I'll go talk to him tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sosa. Please make sure that you do. Anything further on this case? Then Mr. Cos and Mr. Sosa, you're both excused.
No. Yes, sir. Nothing from.
Thank you, Mr. Sosa. Good to see you. Looking good.
Your Honor, 49, Andre Jane Courtois.
What was the last name?
Courtois.
Who?
It's C-O-U-R-T.
Courtois, Your Honor.
Say again?
Page 12.
Page 12.
Courtois.
Courtois.
Is that French?
Yes, sir.
More than likely.
The court calls 2018 CRM 1425D for the state of Texas versus Andre Jean Courtois. And we're here on final hearing on a motion to revoke. Mr. Rippin and Mr. Sosa, what are we doing on this?
Well, Your Honor, I think this case is being, because he's got several cases. I think in this case, he's being represented by the public defender.
No, the docket sheet shows that you're the attorney of record.
Okay, but then I'm here.
So, well, I know, but Mr. Rippon, what's going on with this case? Has there been acceptance of anything?
Your Honor, Barbara Falcon for the state. I am new to this case. We've just been going through some changes here in the office. It's my understanding that another felony was committed during this probation. We are considering time served, but I have not spoken to Mr. Sosa.
I didn't know you were on the case, Ms. Falcon.
It was just a sign.
So am I reading this correctly? Mr. Courtois, you've been in jail for 360 days?
A little bit more, I think. I'm almost at 12 months exact. I was arrested on April 14th of last year, 2021.
We were considering an offer for time served, Your Honor.
How many conditions do, Ms. Falcon, sorry to put you on the spot, but how many conditions of probation are you alleging he violated?
Let me see.
If you, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but
I am not sure, to be honest, Your Honor. I'd have to go back and see what is being alleged.
all right. Well, let's do this also. I think we're going to do the same thing with this case, Mr. Sosa, since you're going to be at the jail tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll go talk to him.
Go talk to Mr. Courtois, and Mr. Courtois, I'm going to see you again in 7 days. And I am also going to take up the issue of a bond if you all can't reach an agreement on this. He's been in there 360. I'd be surprised if you can't reach an agreement. So let's set him for the 20th in 7 days at 1:30.
Can you repeat that, Your Honor?
April 20th at 1:30 p.m. And it'll be the same length as today, I think. Right, Alma? It's my docket next week? Yes. Alma, did you get that?
Yes, Judge, it'll be at the same time at 1:30, April 20th at 1:30.
And Alma, keep track of these bond requests so that I can forward that to pretrial services so that I have something in front of me.
Okay.
This is going to be the second one on the 49th docket that I need.
Okay, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Courtois, see you next week.
Your Honor, fourth floor, Villarreal Roberto Gerardo 406. Villarreal Roberto Gerardo 406. All right, needs an interpreter, Your Honor. Needs an interpreter as well.
Buenas tardes. Déjame llamar tu causa primero, señor Villarreal. The court calls 2020 CRL 34D4 in the state of Texas versus Roberto Gerardo Villarreal.
Estamos aquí en el caso 2020 CRL 34D4 del estado de Texas contra Roberto Gerardo Villarreal.
Mr. Trevino, is this your case? Oh, no, it wouldn't be. Who's here from the Public Defender's Office?
¿Quién está aquí parte del procurador?
Omar Salinas, Your Honor, Public Defender's Office.
Omar Salinas, de parte del despacho de los abogados de oficio.
Okay, Mr. Villarreal, you're here with your attorney on your appearance for arraignment, so I'm going to ask him if he has an announcement for you regarding the charges pending, okay?
Muy bien, estamos aquí para la lectura de cargos. Le voy a preguntar ahora a su abogado si tiene algún anuncio.
I proceed, Your Honor.
You may proceed. Go ahead.
At this time, Mr. Villarreal pleads not guilty. We waive the reading of the indictment and we request our next court date, Your Honor.
En este momento se declara no culpable. Estamos renunciando a la lectura de los cargos y estamos pidiendo la siguiente cita.
Informal set for May 4th, Your Honor, at 2 p.m.
La cita informal para el 4 de mayo a las 2 de la tarde, su señoría.
Pero no. Mr. Linas,
Yes?
soy el equipo tiene no pega la probation porque tengo trabajo fuera y todo esperando.
I'm wondering if I can get probation because I work out of town.
No. Tengo trabajo fuera esperándome. I don't want to lose my job.
No. I have work waiting for me outside. I don't want to lose my job.
Please help me out.
Okay, I'll look into it.
You have your work cut out for you, Mr. Salinas, so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further on this case?
No, Your Honor, not from the defense.
All right, thank you.
Nada más en este caso. Muchas gracias.
Your Honor, 341st, Arnold James Williams. Arnold James Williams, 341st.
Raquel, what page is he on?
What was the name again, Your Honor?
Williams?
Yes, sir.
I don't have him on my docket, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, this is Ms. Contreras, Pre-Trial Services. It's a writ. Civil matters 2022 CVJ 000-419 D3.
Okay, so
Your Honor, what's the name of the defendant?
Harold James Williams. And I also show that there's a non-suit file.
on the motion, was there on a motion to revoke?
No, Your Honor, it was a writ of habeas, but I believe that he was granted a PR bond. So I don't know why he's still in custody unless the paperwork hasn't gone through on the PR.
Okay, well, I did a whole stack of that over the weekend. You should have already been. Okay. Mr. Williams, did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it looks like either myself or Judge Martinez granted a PR bond on this. Oh, no, it wouldn't. It could have been somebody else. So I don't have anything pending, so more than likely in either today or tomorrow before the weekend, you'll be released on a PR bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
Stay in contact with your attorney, though, regarding possible dates.
Sure, Your Honor.
Does Valerie, he doesn't have to report the pretrial, it's not a pretrial bond or anything? You
No,
don't-
Your Honor, this is Ms. Contreras.
Okay. Okay. All right, good luck, Mr. Williams. Stay out of trouble.
Sure, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Welcome.
Jose David Garcia, Your Honor, 406. Jose David Garcia, 406.
Oh, didn't we reset this one?
Yes, Your Honor. May 12th at 1:30.
Wait, hold on.
Sure, Your Honor, can I have a word, please?
Wait, hold on a second. Let me find your case.
Page 3.
Page 3 of the 406?
Yes, Judge. Top.
That was Mr. Villafranca. Mr. Garcia, your attorney was here earlier.
I haven't spoken to him, Your Honor.
Well, he mentioned that he needed more time.
Oh, Mr. Garcia, sir, look, Your Honor, I come from a federal penitentiary, right? I've been incarcerated for the past 32 months. That's why, that's the reason of this case right now, Your Honor. I mean, it's been almost 3 years that I've seen my family, Your Honor, because of the pandemic and everything. So, Your Honor, I haven't been able to come out and see my family. I really want to see my family and at least try to be with them as much as I can, Your Honor.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry about your situation, Mr. Garcia, but let me just kind of tell you right now, without your attorney being here, you may want to be careful about what you tell me right now. I really don't want to ask you anything with your attorney not being here. I will tell you that your case was reset for 4 weeks from now on May 12th at 1:30. And because I think I know where you're going with this, and you're going to ask for a bond, and I've been telling all the attorneys, and this applies to everybody, is that was not going to happen today. Even if I wanted to, all judges are under a new mandate that before we can adjust any bond, we need a public safety report, which I don't have, but I will have, or the judge or Judge Hale will have on the 12th. So you'll probably end up talking to Judge Hale about your situation to see if it's possible. I'm not guaranteeing you anything, to see if he'll let you out. But you know, you still have a pending first-degree felony charge for aggravated robbery.
Yes,
so, okay.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor, but I mean, I come from a USP, Your Honor, United States Penitentiary. I come from a very violent place, Your Honor. I've been incarcerated for 32 months, Your Honor. I've seen things that you cannot unsee, you know. Before I left prison, they just finished killing 2 people and the national lockdown. I'm pretty sure everybody heard about it. I mean, 2 weeks before I left, and my life was in danger because I was mistaken for my identity was mistaken for somebody else. Good thing that we were able to fix everything there, and thank God I'm here right now.
Okay.
I don't understand. I don't understand why I'm incarcerated right now, Your Honor. My counselor over there in Beaumont was trying like three different.
Are you done with your federal time?
Yes, I'm done with my federal time, Your Honor. I'm still going to come out with probation.
Yeah, no, but so you're here until your next hearing. You're not going anywhere. I mean, you're here at the county jail. Look, and I'm, again, even if I wanted to right now, I can't. So you're going to have to wait, unfortunately, but fortunately for you, you're here and you're not in the federal penitentiary anymore. So, Mr. Garcia, I'm going to have to cut you loose, and I'm sorry about this. And I know you're in a difficult, but you got to be strong, okay? You'll be back here on the 12th.
Have a good day.
You too. All right.
Member for the 49, Cuellar, Alfonso, Victor, Cuellar, Alfonso, Victor, 49.
He's got 2K on page 13. The court calls 2021 CRE 657D1 and 2020 CRK 352D1, the state of Texas versus Victor Alfonso Cuellar.
Yes, Your Honor. Fred Trevino for Mr. Cuellar. Your Honor, one of the cases involves DNA. The state has provided me with a DNA analysis summary. An initial DNA analysis. But the actual results of that DNA have not come in yet. And I'm aware that the state has requested it several times. I think the last time was in January. They still haven't received it. So I believe the state's going to request more time to get those results. We do have an offer from the state. I've discussed it with my client, and I want to talk with them one more time about some options, but it would be really hard for us to plead to anything until we got the results of the DNA on this type of case, Your Honor.
What, I guess, are you asking for a reset as well on the motion to revoke?
Yes, Your Honor, because that's gonna be eaten by, actually, the motion to revoke, he might already have time, but I don't want that to affect whatever happens with his subsequent charge.
Okay, I see it. Ms. Holmes, any problems with resetting this for how many days, Mr. Trevino, are you asking? Or
Well,
the
it would be Mr. Soto's case, Your Honor, and I think I don't know how long it's going to take for them to get that DNA.
Yes, Your Honor, we could possibly get 30 to 45 days, Judge. I've re-urged the request with our investigators, so we're on that, Judge. But I did request it back in January, so if we could have 30 to 45 days. This defendant also has a subsequent sexual assault against another victim. So we're trying to see if this one plea deal will take care of both cases and the MTR, Your Honor. So the sexual assault case that I currently am handling will hopefully resolve all these cases, Judge.
What about the 2nd of June? Is that too soon? June 2nd?
That should work, Your Honor, June 2nd.
Okay, Alma, June 2nd at 8:30.
Yes,
Right?
Judge.
Right?
Yes, Judge.
And
Yes.
I'd like Mr. Cuero, I'll be visiting you this week in the jail, so go over it. All right?
All right, so moving on to the
Rodriguez Mendez? Sí. Rodriguez Mendez, Elizabeth, 406. 406, Rodriguez Mendez, Elizabeth.
Your Honor, this is Gerard Cantu for the defense.
What was the last name again?
Rodriguez Mendez, Your Honor, from the 406 docket.
Oh, there it is. I got it. All right, the court calls 2021 CRM 621D4, the state of Texas versus Elizabeth Rodriguez Mendez. Good afternoon, Ms. Mendez.
Good afternoon.
You obviously understand English?
Yes, I do.
406 box here. Are we ready to proceed on a plea?
Yes, Your Honor. The plea agreement should be on file.
Yes, yes, I have it here in front of me. Ms. Rodriguez, your attorney is informing me, and the indication is that you're going to enter into a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so the first thing I have to do is ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear testimony will given this cause now in trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Is your true and correct name Elizabeth Rodriguez Mendez?
Yes, sir, that is my name.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Cantu. Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case?
Yes, we have.
And you've asked him about what's going to happen here today?
Well, I had already talked to him before this, like, I've already signed papers and everything.
Okay, right, and I have it in front of me, but I need to cover some of this with you. So have you been happy and satisfied with the services Mr. Cantu has provided?
Yes, I am, sir.
Is there anything that I need to know about right now that prevents you from understanding what is happening here today?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Cantu, do you believe your client to be competent to go forward with trial today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, and I have the documents you signed, and in there is an indication that you're waiving certain rights. I'm going to cover a few of those to make sure that you understand what happens when you plead guilty, okay?
Yes, sir.
And some of the main rights that you're giving up is that you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to plead guilty. You have the right to have a jury hear your case, a jury assess your punishment. If there are witnesses against you, you and your attorney have the right to confront them and ask them questions about what evidence the state has against you. If we go forward with a plea today, you're giving up that right. Do you understand that? And also, if I go along with the agreement that you made with the state of Texas and I sentence you along the lines of that agreement, you cannot complain about that punishment to a higher court unless you get permission from this court to do that. Do you understand that?
I understand.
And I have to ask everyone this question: are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am, sir.
And even though you're telling me that you are a U.S. citizen, again, I have to tell everyone that if you are not a U.S. citizen and you plead guilty, you could be subject to deportation, denied reentry, and denied the right to become a U.S. citizen. Do you understand that? And one of the things that I have to warn you about, that when a person is found guilty of a third-degree felony charge in the state of Texas, the maximum punishment is incarceration in a state prison between 2 and 20 years and a fine up to $10,000. Did your attorney explain that to you?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, I'm telling you that now also. I mean, that's the maximum. Of course, you have an agreement. And like I mentioned earlier, but I do have to tell you what happens when someone is found guilty.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And knowing all these things that we've just talked about, do you still want to go forward with your plea of guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. According to the court documents, count 1 of the indictment against you is a third-degree felony charge for possession of a controlled substance. Before you say anything, does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment, Mr. Cantu?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And as to that charge, Ms. Rodriguez, possession of a controlled substance, felony 3, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody forced you?
No, sir.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else?
No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you're accepting responsibility for that offense?
Yes, sir.
I have in front of me the document that we talked about a little while ago, the plea package, which is State's Exhibit number 1. That's the marking they put on there. Did you go over this document with your attorney? Did he explain this to you?
I believe so.
And you signed the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the state offering State's Exhibit 1 and 2 into evidence?
We do, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Cantu?
No objections, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty and find you guilty of that offense. I find that the plea you made here today was made freely and voluntarily. Is there anything we need to cover before moving on to sentencing?
No.
Okay.
And just from the defense, Your Honor, she is requesting that this probation be transferred to Bexar County where she resides. And also, Your Honor, she may have difficulty paying the probation fees. We're asking for the attorney fees to be waived.
Okay, and we'll get to that here in a sec. So let me assess the punishment, Ms. Rodriguez, and I am going to go along with the agreement you have, and possibly even better. I'm going to sentence you to 5 years. That will be probated for another 5 years. Any objections to me marking that off on the plea package?
No, Your Honor.
The little X was not put in there. And there is a fine of $500. And let me hear all the court costs and the fees and that are associated with this.
Okay, Judge, the court cost is going to be $435. Crime Stoppers, $50. Attorney's fees, $500. And lab fees, $150.
What's your request regarding court costs and fees, Mr.
We're asking that attorney fees be waived, Your Honor, and for a financial assessment be completed for as far as her ability to pay.
How long has Ms. Rodriguez been incarcerated? How long have you been incarcerated, Ms.?
It's a total of 5 days.
How did that happen, Mr. Cantu?
There was a KPS issued at the last court hearing. There was a misunderstanding as far as the court date. She was caught at the bridge crossing back into the US.
Are you employed? Were you employed, Ms. Rodriguez?
I was employed, but I'm not at the moment. But I should start working at the restaurant where I was working before.
Well, who's here from probation? When they do the financial evaluation, I mean, how long does that take?
Your Honor, we usually do it during orientation. We'll take all her information.
Well, I'm not going to waive the lab fees or the Crime Stoppers. Any issues with transferring this case to Bexar County?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. And the court is also going to assess the 300 hours of community service. But no 4-for-1 on the first 50, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you think we can save the probation office, the financial assessment, Mr. Cantu, if the attorney's fees and the court costs are waived?
I believe so.
I mean, we can't, how old are you, Ms. Rodriguez?
I'm 39.
You're 39? Where did you work before?
It's a restaurant it's called El Palmar in San Antonio, Texas.
And what did you do there?
Yeah, I was a waitress.
That's hard work. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, I'm going to give you a little break here, and I'm hoping never to see you in this situation again. I'm going to waive your court cost and attorney's fees. But I really hope you take advantage of this, because I'll tell you that I don't think the DA would have understood if they had not pulled the offer they made for disappearing. I mean, and going to Mexico, I think part of the conditions on a bond is that you not leave the state. So you actually could have been in a lot more trouble, but you know, I'm willing to do this to give you a fresh start. Okay. All right. Well, does probation need for her to report tomorrow or today? I guess.
Yes, Your Honor, can I have a telephone number?
It's 210-955-30. Oh, wait, give me 1 second. 3091.
I believe it's 3190.
Okay, I'm so sorry. You are right, Mr. Gerald Cantu.
So it's 3:30 right now. I don't know if you'll be out today, and if you do get out today, it'll probably be after 5. Do you any problems with you having to report in the morning?
No, sir.
All right. So okay. So that's going to be part of the order that you report as soon as you release.
If I do get out in time, I will rush over there. If not, I will report early in the morning.
Right. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez. Good luck going forward. I hope you know.
I will. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Second floor.
And 341st, Gomez, Manuel Martin. Gomez Manuel Martin, 341st.
The court calls 2022 CRG 17.5 D3, State of Texas versus Manuel Martin Gomez.
Your Honor, this is Ms. Brizuela for Mr. Gomez. We're here on arraignment hearing from.
No, oh, there it is. Okay. Mr. Gomez, do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're here at an arraignment hearing and on the charges of assault. So at this point, I'm going to ask your attorney if she has an announcement for you, okay?
Your Honor, at this time, my client pleads not guilty, waits from a written of the indictment, and we ask for pretrial settings.
The informal conference is May 5th at 1:30 p.m., Your Honor.
Okay, anything further?
If we can get a telephone number for my client.
956-763-8892.
Your Honor, and I know he wanted to request a reduction in his bond, but I will go visit with him and explain that we have to file the appropriate motions before we can proceed with that.
Okay, and it's going to be important that you make sure, well, before then, that you get a hold of Raquel or somebody from the 341st, that's going to happen, I mean, in the motion, so that the Judge Palomo has the public safety report in front of her. It'll make it a lot easier.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll do.
Okay, just, I mean, everyone across the state is dealing with this, and some judges are just saying, I don't have it, no bond modification. So we're trying not to be one of those counties. So we do want to adjust where appropriate. All right. All right, Mr. Gomez, we'll see you here on the 5th of May.
.406, Your Honor, and Elena Gonzalez, 406, also needs an interpreter.
The court calls 2022 CRD 266 D4, the state of Texas versus Enendina Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Cristina Flores.
Buenas
I
tardes.
was just recently retained this afternoon to represent Ms. Gonzalez. I've not conferred with the state. Well, no, let me take that back. I did confer with the state yesterday in anticipation of today, but I understand that Mr. Eduardo Ramirez is no longer handling this case, so I've not conferred with Ms. Calderon, I think, is taking over from.
Estamos aquí en el caso 2022 CRD 266 de Medina González, de parte de la abogada Cristina Flores. Me acaban de contratar esta tarde y acabo de hablar con el procurador, pero creo que el señor Ramírez ya no está representando al procurador, entonces tenemos creo que a la procuradora Calderón.
But at this time, Your Honor, we plead not guilty and we waive the reading of the indictment and ask for a prompt setting. As I'd mentioned earlier, if Ms. Calderon does not oppose a quick turnaround setting, I think we can resolve this quickly based on my communications with the previous DA.
So I have in custody again in 7 days on the 20th. Should we set it for a plea?
Yes, can we shoot for that? Well, I haven't even spoken to my client yet, but I'm in anticipation of it should be okay considering what we discussed and the evidence that I've seen thus far.
Why don't we do this? We also
Your
have
Honor,
a,
actually, if I may,
yes.
Your Honor, if I could have actually 2 weeks then, if it is going to be set up for a plea, so I can have time to look at the case.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, because we'd have another in custody on the 27th at 1:30.
Okay, can we set it then, Your Honor? And if perchance we get some agreement sooner, then we can ask for a special setting if the courts will accommodate us, if available.
Does the interpreter, if I may, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
En este momento mi cliente se declara no culpable, le renunciamos a la lectura de los cargos y estamos pidiendo una siguiente cita que sea rápido, ya sea en la siguiente semana o 2 semanas.
So 427 at 1:30 p.m.
Entonces se fijará para el 27 de abril a la 1:30.
Your Honor, do you have a whole lot of other cases for the females so that I would maybe request a breakout room if possible? Or after the court's done, I'd be willing to wait.
We still have quite a bit, and I've got a stack of pleas, so, and the jail has a certain order they're following. Yeah, I wish I could accommodate, but.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Not a problem. I'll find another way to get a hold of her at the jail.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
All right, yes, thank you, Ms. Flores.
Thank you.
Your Honor, 406, De La Torre, Antonio De La Torre, 406.
Page 2, the court calls 2021 CRH 1043D4, the state of Texas versus Antonio De La Torre.
Your Honor, if I might, this is Mr. Rodriguez. I know Mr. De La Torre also has cases in the 49th.
Oh,
Quite a few, actually.
Yes, Judge, he's on page 11.
all right, let me call those cases. Do you understand English, Mr. De La Torre?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Let me call. The court also calls 2021 CRH 1087D1, 2021 CRH 928 D1, and 2021 CRJ 1010 D1, state of Texas versus Antonio De La Torre. Mr. Sosa.
Yes,
We're here on plea status for most of these. Or do we have a plea?
well, I've been talking to to Mr. Rodriguez, and we're still working, hammering it out.
How many, I mean, so how much time are we talking about?
Your Honor, I don't know if they're, I don't know if Mr. Sosa has already relayed the offer to his client. I gave him an offer, he gave me a counter, or he gave me an unofficial counter, and that's where we're at right now, Your Honor. I don't know what to tell you. It's kind of the ball's on his court, really.
Well,
Your Honor, if the court sets it for the next available date, we should be, you're willing to work with me, Mr. Rodriguez?
well, I can give you 2 weeks because we have an in custody in 2 weeks. Well, we have in 7 days and in the 2 weeks.
Can we have the 7-day one?
Yes, and you'll be back here with me on all 4?
Yeah.
All right, so the 20th of April at 1:30, we're setting it for a plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's Marco, one case for you.
I have Derek Ward, Your Honor. And Jorge Quinavide.
You're right there. Hold on a second. And Alma, you got the ones for Judge Lopez, right? Well, it'll actually be with me then. I'm sorry, who do we have?
Gilbert Jerry Mendez, 49th. Gilbert Mendez, 49th.
Page 12. The court calls 2022 CRA 63D1, State of Texas versus Gilbert Jerry Mendez.
Your Honor, for the record, I represent him. I was talking to Mr. Rodriguez in respect to the same case. They provided the discovery. I'm going over the discovery that they provided me, Your Honor. And if we could set it for 2 weeks, we'll let you know if this is going to be on a path to trial, on a path to
Well, normally we have the evidence exchange, but you said that's been done already?
Your Honor, if I may, if I can shed some light on that real quick. I have given Mr. Sosa everything that the state has in its possession right now. However, and that's already voluminous in and of itself. In addition, I will be receiving tomorrow videos of a substantial amount of videos that I'm going to be turning over to Mr. Sosa. So he's going to have even more discovery to go over in this case. So the discovery process is still ongoing at this moment. I mean, it is a capital murder case, so the discovery is going to be extensive. So I don't know if 2 weeks is enough time for Mr. Sosa to look over everything, but it's up to him.
No,
If I may, Fausto, we can set it for May 12th with Judge Lopez for evidence exchange at 1:30.
There you go.
Perfect.
Okay, so Mr. Mendez, did you get all that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see you back here on the 12th. You'll be with Judge Lopez. All right.
Your Honor, 406, Francisco Javier Santos. Francisco Javier Santos, 406.
The court calls 2019 CRB 1398 D4 State of Texas versus Francisco Javier Santos.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joe Rubio on behalf of Mr. Santos, as well as Mr. Oscar Vela, co-counsel on this case, Your Honor. He just came on board yesterday. Yesterday. Your Honor, we're here for a status on this case. We have several issues to take up with the court. One of them is that we have been provided with voluminous discovery. Mr. Rodriguez has provided us with a lot of discovery, but in going through that discovery, we have noticed that there's some things that still haven't been turned over. For example, in going over the ballistics report, it's actually biology lab report prepared by John William Knight from the DPS. It was issued on August the 28th, 2019. That was not in the discovery that we were provided. I know that Mr. Rodriguez has been trying to get most of the discovery from DPS and the sheriff's office. There was also one of the Texas Rangers did a trajectory report using some rods. There's supposed to be some photographs of this. That's what the report reflects. We haven't been able to see that on the electronic discovery as well. We're also requesting the copy of the 911 call that was done on May the 3rd, 2019, approximately about 6:41 in the morning. And we had also requested the criminal background on some of the witnesses that, one of the witnesses that may testify, as well as on the deceased. And I had requested that from Mr. Rodriguez. He said he was going to work on that. So we have those things pending. There's also other issues that I think that we need to have a hearing on. One of them, for example, is if the state is going to attempt to use a statement that was given by our client's wife, we believe that that has to be excluded under the husband-wife privilege. We would like to have a hearing on that prior to any trial date that we were given. And we were also provided with a notice of 404B, which is about a page and a half. We would also like to have a hearing on that so we can determine prior to trial as to whether the court is going to exclude all of those, or if the court is going to allow some. We would like to know which ones the court is going to allow. Based on all that, we're asking for another pretrial date so that we can go over some of these things, complete discovery, and we are not going to be ready for the April 25th jury trial date, Your Honor. So we're requesting additional time so that we can complete discovery, have hearings on the issues that I just brought before the court.
Well, it
May I
sounds.
respond, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So first things first, some of these things that have been requested today are the first I'm hearing of it, so I will get right on that, Mr. Rubio. Second of all, Your Honor, as far as the privileged information, Your Honor, I understand that there was a statement that was made by the defendant's wife, It is my understanding that they are still in fact married, and according to the rules of evidence, I am precluded from bringing that evidence. Now, she can testify voluntarily. I don't think she's going to, but she can also testify for the defense. And at that point, I would be, well within my right to, cross-examine her and use her own statement against her for impeachment purposes. But I have no intention of calling her as a witness, especially since she has already said that she will not be testifying voluntarily for the state. And as such, we will not be using any of her statements against her, against the defendant, unless, the rules of evidence allow me to do so. And as far as the 404B, Your Honor, I understand the rules with, bringing in prior bad acts or convictions. Those are only going to be for punishment if we even get there, Your Honor.
So, I mean, it sounds like a lot of this, Mr. Rubio, I mean, we are on the record. You can't be relieved of having to urge that, but it sounds like there's other reports that the district attorney has no control over right now. So why don't we do this, Marco? If we set this in about 3 or 4 weeks for another status, then with Judge Hale, so he can he'll have a better understanding of his schedule and where this case stands on his docket. Marco?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have April the 27th at 1:30. That's his next in custody docket.
No, it's kind of soon, but okay, but that's with Judge Hale.
That is correct.
All right.
At what time?
That's 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will meet with Mr. Rodriguez. I think a lot of these things we can go ahead and take care of just by conferring. And then we'll be back here on the 27th, Your Honor.
Okay, well, and Marco, just I know everything's kind of crazy right now with the other hearings Judge Hale has. So far right now, that is a docket he's going to take himself and not ask me to, because it sounds like he needs to hear.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and verify on that one, Your Honor. I am moving this case from the jury selection. So he's got a plea and this case being moved. I'm not sure what's happening with another of his cases.
Okay, so let's
get with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that
If I need to,
have a
I'll
reset.
reset it and send parties notice.
I mean, I don't, that's
so
not
for
me
my-
saying I don't want to hear the in custody for the 27th. It just hasn't been assigned to me, but that can change.
So Your Honor, for right now, we're set for the 27th at 1:30, subject to change if Marcos advises.
Yeah, because it might end up in my hands again, and we're going to be doing the same thing over again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, but it looks good right now, so,
All right, Your Honor, that's all we have, may we be excused.
yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your
Maybe
Honor.
I can play golf, Mr. Rodriguez, on the 27th.
No, sir, not during work hours.
Yeah.
Heard that before.
That was for Mr. Rodriguez, I'm assuming, because I know I haven't played golf during the work hours. All right, so moving on.
Number 49, Brisson Reina, 49.
Page 3, Judge, page 3.
Court calls 2015 CRD 616D1, State of Texas versus Christian Reina.
Yes, Your Honor, we're here on an MTR final hearing. This is Annalie Vargas with the Public Defender's Office. We've reached an agreement regarding this MTR with the ADA was Crystal Calderon. I don't know if she's on.
Paul Thompson for the
Yes,
state.
Judge, I'm here.
Okay.
Crystal Calderon for state.
Okay, and there's an agreement in which, is he going to plead true to which conditions?
All conditions except one, and the agreement is that he would get 1 year county time with credit for time served.
agenda 1244. We would do it when
Yes.
you're at Webb County Jail because it's state jail felony.
So we're gonna 1244, and he's gonna do it in Webb, that's the agreement in Webb County?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Reyna, do you understand English? Your attorney has just announced to me that they've reached an agreement in relations to the motion to revoke your probation. And they're indicating that you're going to plead true. Is that your understanding of what's going to happen today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I need to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Yes, sir. Raise my hand right here.
You're going to get sworn in. Can you raise your right hand?
Do you solemnly swear testimony you will give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, if he can get a little bit closer to the mic, because it's hard to distinguish what he's really saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reyna. So, Mr. Reyna, the state of Texas filed a petition alleging that you violated all the conditions of your probation except for number 1. As to those allegations, how do you plead, true or not true? Can you speak up?
True.
You said true?
Yes.
Okay, and you're pleading true because you actually violated those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Reyna, based on your testimony here before me, I'm going to accept your plea of true and find that you have violated all the conditions except for number 1. The court is also going to approve the agreement that your attorney made with the state of Texas. You're going to be sentenced, even though this is a state jail felony, you will be sentenced as if this were a misdemeanor, which means that you're going to serve a year, and that will be in the county jail of Webb, here in Webb County. So is there anything else?
Your Honor, we respectfully request that he get credit for the time he has served.
Mr. Reyna, you also will be given credit for the time that you've served. And just out of curiosity, 80 days, is that what's indicated?
I have a total of 258.
Oh, okay, that's not always correct, so. So in essence, he's completed his sentence?
Almost, Your Honor.
Yes, I advised him that it would be up to the jail.
I was thinking, yeah, 365, but I was too,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry. I wanted to shorten the year, therefore. Okay, all right. Did you understand all that, Mr. Reyna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're getting credit for time served. You've got 258 days, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. That's unofficial, but all right. Anything further?
And I'd also like to add that in exchange of him pleading true, I will not accept for prosecution a possession case that occurred March 18, 2021, felony 3.
Okay,
Yes.
so they're going to dismiss that. That will be approved.
And that is all, Judge. in the
All
state.
right. Thank you, Mr. Reyna. Good luck, sir. Hopefully your time will pass quickly.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas and Ms. Calderon.
Hopefully, work over, hopefully.
I didn't catch the name.
Brother. Spanish or English? Spanish.
English.
English, all right, take teacher.
Yes, sir.
The honor for the 49, Gutierrez, Giovanni Gutierrez, 49.
Page 12.
Your court calls 2021 CRJ 311 D1 State of Texas versus Giovanni Gutierrez.
That's right, Your Honor. Breath reading for Mr. Gutierrez.
Anything to,
Trying to find his page. Your Honor, he's also in custody for a new charge, and I'm trying to work everything out with the state. So we just need a reset so I can get a global offer. I've already conferred with the state, and
Well-
they're not sure yet until they review the subsequent offense what the offer is going to be.
Well, if we set it for a final pretrial in about a month and a half, would that be enough time or no? Or-
I'm hoping that the thing is that, you know, since they're shuffling around, the state has new attorneys on it, so they've got to review all the case again. He has
May
a-
12th, May 12th at 1:30 for a final pretrial. You got it, Fred?
Yes, May 12th.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk to, I mean, it'll probably be Judge Judge Lopez. If you need more time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Strike that from the record, right, Alma?
Yeah, or we can do it with you on May 18th.
May 12th, we should be able to get an offer, and then see what he wants to do. He's in custody. He was granted a $25,000 bond the last time through pretrial services. The problem is that he also has a $15,000 bond for his new charge. So that's.
But I don't think he's in custody for this case, right?
Well, I don't believe he bonded out on the other one because he can't bond out on this.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see you here on the 12th then.
This one's charges. Sir.
Yes.
I apologize. They said, what are the charges?
You have a new charge. I'll go explain it to you what the new charge is and why. I'm trying to get that one knocked out.
Possession, right?
What's that?
It was a possession charge.
But in jail.
Yeah, because I was breaking up the heroin.
Yeah. But that's why I need to get something from the state. So I'll talk to you about it. I'll go visit you.
I don't have bond or what?
You do?
How much?
25,000, but on pretrial services. That was the last time we were here, and 15,000 on the new charge.
So I can bond out.
Yeah, you have bonds. You've had bonds for a while.
All right, sir. I see it as well.
Yeah, you've had bonds since the last time we were in court.
Oh, since the last time, because I was talking with Mr. Garcia, right? And he said that supposedly I had to wait till paperwork and all that, but
You have bonds. You have bonds. What's a number for your family?
956 645 4540. That's my grandmother. Pero how much was it? 25,000 and 15, Bob?
25 and 15.
All right, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
All right, good luck, sir.
I'll see you. That's all right.
All right.
Your Honor, from the 406, Esquivel, Jose Antonio. 406, Jose Antonio Esquivel.
Omar Salinas or Mr. Esquivel, Your Honor.
Let me call the case. The court calls 2021 CRL 618D4, the state of Texas versus Jose Antonio Esquivel. Oh, 406.
406.
Are we ready to proceed on the plea?
Yes, Your Honor. We're proceeding on the lesser included possession with intent to deliver for 2.5 years to serve, Your Honor.
Let me make sure I have the right one. Oh, here it is. Got it. Good afternoon, Mr. Esquivel. Do you understand English?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good afternoon. Your attorney's advising me that you're going to enter into a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you will give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so is your true and correct name Jose Antonio Esquivel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Omar Salinas. Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case and what's going to happen here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything that I need to know about that prevents you from understanding what we're doing?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Salinas, do you believe your client is competent to go forward today with trial?
He is, Your Honor. We can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Salinas, Mr. Esquivel, I have in front of me a package that it looks like you signed. Did you go over this package with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you signed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
In this package, you're giving up certain rights. I'm going to cover a few of those right now to make sure you understand what happens when you plead guilty in a case like this, okay? The first right is that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to plead guilty. And you also have the right to have a jury hear your case, a jury to assess your punishment. And if there are witnesses and evidence against you, you and your attorney can ask questions at trial. If we go forward, do you understand that you're giving up this right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Also, if I go along with your agreement and I sentence you along the lines of those agreement, you cannot complain about that punishment to a higher court unless you get special permission from this court. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I have to ask everyone this question. Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, Your Honor.
And has your attorney explained to you what could happen to you if you plead guilty in a case like this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm going to go over that too right now. If you plead guilty, you run the risk of being deported. You could also run the risk of being denied re-entry into the United States. And you could also be denied the right to become a U.S. citizen. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and your attorney explained that to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Salinas, did Mr. Esquivel have the benefit of counsel regarding the immigration?
I discussed the immigration consequences with him, Your Honor, and I let him know that he will be deportable and inadmissible based on his history of previous deportations and this conviction, Your Honor.
And also, Mr. Esquivel, I have to explain to you, you're going to be pleading to a lesser, you're charged with a felony 1, but you're going to be pleading to a lesser included offense, a felony 2. I have to tell you what could happen to the maximum punishment for someone being found guilty of a second-degree felony in the state of Texas. The maximum penalty is incarceration for a term of 2 to 20 years in a state prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Did your attorney explain that to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all these things we've just talked about, Mr. Esquivel, are you sure you want to go forward with your guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the, he's also pleading to the Class A, Mr.?
No, Your Honor, that'll be dismissed as well as part of the plea. I believe it's down in the notes.
Okay, I didn't see that. Okay. So, Mr. Esquivel, as to possession with the intent to distribute, felony 2, how do you plead? Well, before you answer that, does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment?
We waive that at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Esquivel, as to the charge, second-degree felony, possession with the intent to distribute, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
And are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
And aside from the agreement you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are accepting responsibility for that offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have in front of me, as I mentioned earlier, States Exhibits 1, is it 1 and 2 or just 1? 1 and 2. Did you go over this plea package with your attorney and he explained to you everything that was in here?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you signed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state offering states exhibits 1 and 2?
Excuse me?
No, I'm asking for the district attorney's office.
We do, Your Honor.
Any
No
objections?
objections. No objections, Your Honor.
States 1 and 2 will be admitted. Mr. Esquivel, based on your testimony today and the evidence before the court, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty and find you guilty of that offense, felony 2, possession with the intent to distribute. I find that your plea of guilty was made freely and voluntarily. Anything we need to cover before moving on to sentence?
Not from the defense, Your Honor. No.
Okay, and Mr. Esquivel, I'm going over the agreement you have with the state. I'm going to approve that as well. That means I'm going to punish you along the lines that you agreed to. So your sentence is going to be that you serve, it says 2.5, but 2.5 years in the institutional division of the state of Texas. You also, I will approve dismissal of count 2, which is the dismissal of the Class A misdemeanor. You will be given credit for time served.
And we're just asking to waive the court costs, attorney's fees, and all other fees, since he is going to be in custody, Your Honor, and then subsequently deported. most likely.
Deported. Yeah, I don't think there's any sense in, to the extent, I don't know if I can waive the Crime Stoppers, but to the extent that the court has the authority to waive all fees and costs, the court so orders. Anything further, Mr. Cantu? I mean Salinas, I'm sorry.
No, Your Honor. Defense rests.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Esquivel?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to make sure how many credit time do I have?
Well, I can give you a ballpark. This is usually not accurate. It's usually less than what you actually have, but according to my docket sheet, you have 166 days.
166, because when I was arrested on this charge on June 20th, 20, I served 7 months here. And
well, yeah, this only tells me how long you've been in since you were rearrested.
Okay, so
okay, but I've already ordered that you be given credit for time served. Now, that's assuming you were only arrested for this charge, okay, and not under federal control or something like that. Okay, so but I did order that you be given credit for time served, so that'll include everything. But this number only represents when you were rearrested. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Understand.
Okay. All right. Good luck, Mr. Esquivel. Take care.
Likewise, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Inglés, español. En inglés. All right. Usted es, ¿cómo se llama? Escobedo. Your Honor, 341st, Escobedo Daniel José. Escobedo José Daniel.
On page 4 and 5, it looks like. The court calls 2021 CRM 1165 D3 and 2021 CRM 1179 D3. State of Texas versus Daniel Jose Escobedo.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Gabriel Nico here on behalf of Mr. Escobedo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Escobedo.
Good afternoon, sir.
Your Honor, on these matters, my client plea is not true based on the reading of the application and request to final setting.
How much time, Mr. Nieto?
30 days, if you may.
I have May 5th. May 5th at 8:30. You want more time?
More time, please.
The next one that I have, May 18th
May
at
18th.
1:30 p.m.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if we may also request reasonable bond be set on cause number 2021 CRM 117093.
What does the state have to
Your
say?
Honor, sorry, Your Honor.
Go ahead. No, I was going to ask what you have to say regarding the request for bond.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the state, I'm objecting for a bond at this moment. The defendant was picked up for new charges. One of them was for smuggling of serious bodily injury.
What was the date of arrest, Mr. Nieto?
His date of arrest, Your Honor,
I mean, I'm sorry. No, I meant what was the setting for final hearing?
it was for May 18th.
Yeah, I'm going to deny a request for bond right now. I mean, the turnaround's pretty quick.
Thank you.
So what you can do, Mr. Nieto, again, as I'm warning all the attorneys, is that if you're going to have to request in writing a motion, and that's so that the coordinators know that that's going to happen, so that we have a public safety report available to the presiding judge.
Understood. Yes, Your Honor. We do.
Okay, and that'll make it easier for the judge to make a decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. We'll see you back here on the 18th, Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Inglés, perfect. Your Honor, 406, Juan Manuel Alanis.
Page 4.
Court calls 2021 CRO 1253 D4 and the state of Texas versus Juan Manuel Alanis.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Judge. Rene Cantu for Mr. Alanis, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cantu.
Yes, sir.
And we're here on pretrial, final pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor. We have a plea agreement ready. We filed it with the court and wanted to see if you could take it up. See if Mr. Alanis is ready to plead guilty. He's getting time served, Judge. If he pleads guilty, he's going to get to go home, which is what he wants. So if he were to plead guilty, he's already signed everything. I just want him to understand if he pleads guilty, he's going home. He'll be home later today.
Plead guilty.
Okay, hold on. All right, hold on a second.
All right.
You understanding English, Mr. Alanis, before you do that?
Un poquito.
Un poquito. ¿Prefieres el español?
Sí, sí.
Ok, tenemos intérprete, así es que nomás espérate un ratito para que traduzcas antes de responder, ¿ok?
Okay.
All right, so le voy a pedir que levante la mano derecha para que le tomen el juramento. Can you swear him in, Kathy?
Do you solemnly swear testimony will give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Si usted jura que la declaración que va a dar en este momento es la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad, con el amparo de Dios.
Sí, sí.
Yes,
Thank you.
Is your true and correct name Juan Manuel Alanis?
Sí.
¿Su nombre correcto es Juan Manuel Alanis? Yes.
Sí.
Okay. Mr. Alanis, you may understand the question in English, but you're going to have to wait for the translation in Spanish, okay? Even though you understand it, just pause, let the translation go through, okay?
Señora Alanis, aunque usted entienda la pregunta en inglés, por favor espere hasta que después de que se le traduzca y luego de la respuesta. ¿Está bien?
Okay.
Ok.
So let me start again. Your true and correct name is Juan Manuel Alanis?
¿Su nombre correcto es Juan Manuel Alanis? Yes.
All right, thank you. And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Cantu. Have you had enough time to ask him questions about your case and what is going to happen here today?
¿Usted ha estado en comunicación con su abogado, el señor Cantu? ¿Ha tenido suficiente tiempo para hacerle las preguntas de lo que va a suceder el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Is there anything you need to tell me that prevents you from understanding what we're doing here today?
¿Hay algo que quiera decirme antes que lo pueda prevenir usted una respuesta el día de hoy?
No, pues ya hice el tiempo completo.
No, I already completed the entire time.
Well, my question's a little bit different. I mean, you understand what we're doing here today.
Sí,
Mi pregunta es algo diferente. ¿Usted entiende lo que estamos haciendo el día de hoy?
sí.
Yes.
Have you been satisfied with the services that Mr. Cantu has provided?
¿Usted está satisfecho con los servicios del señor Cantú?
Sí.
Yes.
And Mr. Cantu, is there anything that prevents, do you believe your client to be competent to go forward with trial today?
Judge, I believe he's competent to go forward with his plea of guilty. I don't believe there's any reason not to do so.
Señor Cantú, ¿usted cree que su cliente está capacitado para seguir adelante con el convenio aclaratorio el día de hoy? Sí, su señoría, nosotros creemos que él está capacitado para seguir adelante.
Sí.
Yes.
And Mr. Alanis, have you been satisfied with the services that Mr. Cantu has provided?
Sí.
Y señora Lanis, ¿usted está satisfecho con los servicios del señor Cantú?
Sí.
Yes.
Did Mr. Cantu explain to you the information in the plea package?
¿El señor Cantú le explicó la información que está en este convenio declaratorio?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you sign it?
¿Y usted lo firmó?
Sí.
Yes.
If we go forward with your plea today, there are certain rights that you are giving up. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Si nosotros seguimos adelante con este convenio declaratorio, ¿usted entiende que está renunciando a algunos derechos?
I'm going to cover a few of those right now.
Y en este momento se los voy a explicar algunos de ellos.
Okay.
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to plead guilty today.
Usted tiene el derecho a permanecer callado, no tiene que declararse culpable el día de hoy.
You have the right to have a jury hear your case and assess your punishment.
Usted tiene el derecho a tener a un jurado que escuche su caso y que le dé condena, si es que tiene una.
Okay.
Okay.
And you are also giving up the right to confront witnesses and evidence against you.
Y usted también está renunciando al derecho de contrainterrogar a los testigos y ver las pruebas contra usted. Okay.
And if I go along with the agreement and I approve it today, you cannot complain about the punishment to a higher court without this court's permission.
Y si yo es que acepto este acuerdo y apruebo el acuerdo el día de hoy, usted no tiene el derecho de apelar esta condena sin permiso de este tribunal. Okay.
I also have to ask everyone this question. Are you a U.S. citizen?
También le tengo que hacer esta pregunta a todas las personas. ¿Es usted ciudadano americano?
Sí.
Yes.
And even though you telling me that you are, I still have to tell everyone the following.
Y aunque usted me está diciendo que sí lo es, a todas las personas les tengo que decir lo siguiente.
If you are not a U.S. citizen, pleading guilty could subject you to deportation,
Si usted no es un ciudadano americano, usted debe declararse culpable, usted está sujeto a que sea deportado,
denied reentry,
que se le niegue la entrada
and denied the right to become a U.S. citizen.
y que se le niegue la oportunidad de hacerse un ciudadano americano.
Do you understand that?
¿Entiende esto? Okay.
Pleading to counts 2, 3, and 4, Mr. Cantu?
Yes, he'll be pleading to the misdemeanors, and it'll be a time served sentence.
Sí, se está declarando los cargos 2, 3 y 4, que son delitos menores, y va a cumplir con estancia en prisión.
He already has the days, Judge.
Él ya tiene los días suficientes.
Okay. Yeah, but I still have to admonish him regarding the,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
okay. Mr. Alanis, you have two Class A misdemeanor offenses, and the maximum punishment for a Class A misdemeanor is 1 year in county jail with a fine not to exceed $4,000.
Sí, señora Alanis, usted tiene dos delitos menores clase A, que la condena máxima es de 1 año y una multa de hasta $4,000.
And you also have a Class B misdemeanor, which
También un delito menor clase B.
the maximum sentence for that is 180 days in county jail.
Y la condena máxima son 180 días en la cárcel del condado.
And a $2,000 fine.
Y una multa de hasta $2,000.
Do you understand that?
¿Entiende esto?
Sí,
Yes.
le iba a decir es que no estoy muy seguro que tengo papeles, oigan.
Yes. What was I going to say? I'm not sure if I have papers.
Well, this is important, Mr. Alanis, because if you are not a U.S. citizen, we covered what could happen if you plead guilty today.
Bueno, esto es importante, señora Alanis, porque si usted no es un ciudadano, entonces nosotros ya le explicamos lo que va a suceder el día de hoy si usted se declara culpable. Yes.
Me tengo que declarar culpable, ya hice el tiempo, yo pensaba que ya iba a salir. Ya hice
Do I have to plead guilty? I thought I already had the time. I thought I was going to get out.
If you have more than 180 days,
Yes, 180.
You'll be done with the state charges, but if you plead guilty and ICE or if somebody finds out that you pled guilty and you're not a U.S. citizen, they could file federal charges against you for being in the country illegally.
No, I plead guilty. O sea, como dice usted, ya me voy, está bien así.
Like you said, I'm going, like you said.
And Judge, just for the record, Your Honor, I conferred with his brother Juan, and he is a U.S. citizen.
Okay.
He has papers, so he won't be deported. He's going to get out, Judge. So.
Okay. Well, I
Yes,
just want to make sure we cover that eventuality. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I already did the 180 days.
Okay. Okay. So I've explained the punishment range. So, all right. Does the defense waive formal reading of the indictments on counts 2, 3, and 4?
We do, Judge. I went to go see my client and I explained everything to him. Obviously, he's getting time served. He'll be released today as long as we can get through this proceeding, Judge. He's going to get to go home today. So we do waive reading of the charges, Judge.
Okay.
En este momento estamos renunciando a la lectura de los cargos, en los cargos 2, 3 y 4. Yo ya le expliqué esto a mi cliente y él va a cumplir esto con estancia en prisión y él va a poder salir hoy cuando ya terminemos esto.
Okay. So, all right. So Mr. Alanis, as to count 2 of the indictment, resisting arrest, Class A misdemeanor, evading arrest, Class A misdemeanor, and possession of marijuana, Class B misdemeanor, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Muy bien, señor Alanis. En el cargo 2 de resistir arresto, que es una clase A, delito menor, evadir arresto, clase B, delito menor, y llevar consigo la marihuana, ¿cómo se declara? ¿Culpable o no culpable?
Ya hice el tiempo, por eso me declaro culpable.
I already did the time. That's why I'm pleading guilty.
Okay. And evading arrest was a Class A misdemeanor.
El evadir arresto era un delito menor clase A.
Sí, es que
That's correct, Judge. Class A. Yes, sir.
All right.
Como dijo usted ahorita.
Okay.
Yes, what you said right now.
Okay. And are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
¿Y usted se está declarando culpable libre y voluntariamente?
Sí, como dijo ahorita.
Yes, like you mentioned right now, plead guilty.
No one's forcing you to plead guilty.
¿Nadie lo está forzando a declararse culpable?
Está bien así porque así ya me puedo ir, ya hice el tiempo.
That's fine. That way I can leave since I already complied with the time.
Ahorita vamos we'll get to that part, but nobody's forcing you to plead guilty today, right?
Sí, señor, ahorita vamos a llegar a eso, pero nadie lo está declarando, nadie lo está forzando para declararse culpable el día de hoy.
No, yo me estoy declarando culpable.
No, I am pleading guilty.
Okay, and are you accepting responsibility for this offense?
¿Y usted está aceptando la responsabilidad por este delito? Yes.
Is the state offering states exhibits 1 and 2 into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. Pedro Haro for the state of Texas.
Any objections?
Judge, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'll get right to it, Mr. Cantu. So, Mr. Alanis, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I find that it was made freely and voluntarily.
Muy bien, señora Alanis, basado en la declaración que me ha dado el día de hoy y las pruebas que me han presentado, voy a aceptar su declaración y usted está haciendo esta declaración de manera libre y voluntariamente.
Sí,
Yes.
ya hice el tiempo y pues ya.
Yes, I already complied with the time, so yeah.
So I find that your plea was made willingly and voluntarily, and I find you guilty of the offense of resisting arrest, evading arrest, and possession of marijuana.
Sí.
Muy bien, entonces usted ha hecho esto de manera voluntaria y lo declaro culpable de resistir arresto, de evadir arresto y de posesión de marihuana.
Sí.
Yes.
And Mr. Alanis, I am going to approve the agreement you made with the state of Texas and sentence you to 180 days to serve in the county jail.
Muy bien, y usted voy a aprobar el acuerdo que ya tiene con el procurador, que era con estancia en prisión por 180 días en la cárcel del condado.
Ya hice los 180 días.
I already did the 180 days.
Yes, and you will be granted credit for time served.
Okay.
Sí, y le vamos a otorgar crédito por el tiempo que ya cumplió. Okay.
And the court will also approve dismissal of count 1.
Y también voy a aprobar que se retire el cargo 1.
State jail felony attempting to take away the firearm from an officer.
Era un delito grave estatal, que era cuando usted estaba tratando de quitarle el arma a un oficial.
Anything on court costs and attorney's fees?
Court cost, it's 1,055.
Los costos legales en la cantidad de 1,055.
And Judge, obviously, we would request that go, the time he did, Judge, go towards any of those fees, Judge. Like I said, he's already done the time, so that's what we would ask.
Ya hice el tiempo.
I already did the time.
Yes.
Any other assessments?
Pues ya hice el tiempo y luego.
No, Judge.
Okay.
I already did the time.
Okay, I understand that, Mr. Alanis. I'm going to reduce your court cost to $500.
Sí, entiendo lo que me está diciendo, señora Alanis. Voy a bajarle los costos legales en la cantidad de $500.
And
okay.
And can we just confirm for Mr. Alanis that he has accumulated the 180 days?
¿Y se me podrían a confirmar para el señor Alanis que sí ya cumplió los 180 días?
Sí, no, se me hace que tengo más.
Yes, I think I have more.
He might have about a week more, Judge. I think he may have seven additional days, something like that.
Creo que tiene adicionalmente una semana, como 7 días más.
Okay. So as soon as this is processed, Mr. Alanis, if that's correct, then you will be released. Now, it may not be today, but you need to be patient. It'll probably be tomorrow morning, okay?
Muy bien, en cuanto esto sea procesado, pues lo van a dejar salir. Puede que no sea el día de hoy, pero sea paciente y será mañana.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, okay. Good luck, Mr. Alanis. Stay out of trouble.
Gracias.
Buena suerte, señora Alanis.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is everyone okay to keep going forward so we can knock this out?
Sí, por favor.
All right, I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right.
Judge, that's all that I have, Judge. Maybe excuse, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cantu.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Never a dull moment.
No. Thank you, Judge. Good seeing you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Your Honor, 341st, Villarreal Armando Villarreal. He's the interpreter.
Buenas tardes, señor Villarreal. Déjame llamar tu causa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Villarreal. Let me call your case.
The court calls 2021 CRD 685D3, the state of Texas versus Armando Villarreal.
Estamos en el caso 2021 CRD 685D3, el estado de Texas contra Armando Villarreal.
Hello, Your Honor. Gabriel Netter on behalf of Mr. Villarreal, and we're ready for a plea on cause number 2021 CRD 685G3.
Tenemos al abogado señor Nieto en representación del señor Villarreal en el caso 2021 CRD 685D3.
Raquel,
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't think I got any plea packages from the 341st.
I didn't receive the plea, Your Honor. Let me check in the Odyssey.
Is it a time to serve or probation, Mr. Nieto?
It's going to be a time served, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry. It's going to be probation.
Okay, well, we can muddle through without, is he gonna plead to the second degree felony or lesser, or?
You will plead to second degree felony, just without the deadly weapon finding.
There was a plea filed back on April 5th, Judge.
Yes.
I know, but I don't have it in front of me, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all right, we can get through
Want
it.
me to share it?
Yeah, oh, that'll be good.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so we need another interpreter, so. Mr. Villarreal, your attorney is telling me that you're going to enter a plea today, is that correct?
Señor Villarreal, su abogado me está diciendo que usted está aquí para un convenio declaratorio. ¿Es esto correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm disabled, Judge, to share the screen.
Well, we'll get through it.
Okay.
It doesn't sound too complicated.
Okay.
I need to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Voy a pedirle que por favor levante su mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you solemnly swear testimony will give in this cause now in trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
¿Usted jura que la declaración que va en este momento es la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad con el amparo de Dios?
Sí. Thank you.
You can put your hand down.
Puede bajar la mano.
Is your true and correct name Armando Villarreal?
¿Su nombre correcto y verdadero es Armando Villarreal?
Sí.
Yes.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Nieto. Have you had enough time to ask him questions about your case? And has he explained to you what's going to happen here today?
Estamos aquí con su abogado, el señor Nieto. ¿Usted ha tenido tiempo suficiente para hacerle preguntas a él y le explique lo que va a suceder el día de hoy?
¿Cómo?
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Have you had enough time to talk to your attorney about the case and what is going to happen here today?
¿Usted ha tenido el tiempo para hablar con su abogado de su caso y de lo que va a suceder el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Is there anything that prevents you from understanding what we're doing here today?
¿Hay algo que lo previene a que usted entienda lo que está sucediendo el día de hoy?
Lo que está pasando va.
What's going on, right?
Right.
Correcto.
Sí.
Yes.
In other words, you're not sick or dizzy or delirious or anything like that.
En otras palabras, usted no está enfermo o tiene algún tipo de alucinación o tiene náusea.
No.
No.
Okay.
No, nothing.
And have you been satisfied with the services Mr. Nieto has provided?
¿Y usted está satisfecho con los servicios de parte del señor Nieto?
Los servicios de él sí.
His services, yes.
And Mr. Nieto, do you believe your client to be competent to go forward with trial today?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Señor Nieto, ¿él está competente para seguir adelante el día de hoy? Sí, su señoría.
No, that question was for your attorney.
Esa pregunta era para su abogado.
Did Mr. Nieto go over a plea package with you?
¿El señor Nieto le explicó este expediente es un convenio declaratorio?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you sign it with him?
¿Y usted lo firmó?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he explain to you everything that was in there?
¿Y él explicó todo lo que estaba allá adentro?
Sí.
Yes.
You're giving up some rights. I'm going to cover a few of those right now.
Y usted está renunciando a algunos de estos derechos y ahora se los voy a explicar.
You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to plead guilty today.
Usted está renunciando al derecho a permanecer callado y no tiene que declararse culpable el día de hoy.
You have the right to have a jury hear your case and a jury assess your punishment.
Usted tiene el derecho a que un jurado escuche su caso y que le dé condena.
And if there's evidence and witnesses against you, you have a right to ask them questions at trial.
Y si hay pruebas o testigos en contra de usted, usted tiene el derecho a hacerle preguntas o interrogarlos durante el juicio. Okay.
If we go forward, you're not going to have any of those rights. Do you understand that?
Si seguimos adelante, usted no va a tener esos derechos. ¿Entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Also, I have to ask everyone this question.
También le tengo que hacer esta pregunta a todos.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
¿Es usted un ciudadano americano?
Sí, ciudadano americano.
Yes, I'm a U.S. citizen.
And even though you're telling me you are, again, I have to tell everyone the following.
Y aunque usted me está diciendo que sí lo es, de nuevo yo tengo que indicarle esto a todos, lo siguiente.
If you plead guilty, you could be deported if you are not a U.S. citizen.
Si usted se declara, usted puede ser deportado si no es ciudadano americano.
You could be denied re-entry into the United States.
Se le puede negar la entrada a Estados Unidos.
And you could be denied the right to become a U.S. citizen.
Y se le puede negar el derecho a hacerse un ciudadano americano.
Do you understand that?
¿Entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
And also, if I go along with the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, you cannot complain about the punishment to a higher court.
Ahora, si yo acepto el acuerdo que usted tiene con el procurador, usted no puede quejarse con un tribunal de mayor instancia.
¿Cómo?
Excuse me?
If I go along with the agreement that you have with the state of Texas and punish you along those lines, you cannot complain about that punishment to a higher court without permission from this court.
Si yo acepto el acuerdo que usted ya tiene con el estado de Texas y le doy condena, entonces usted no puede quejarse o apelar esto a una corte de mayor instancia sin permiso de este tribunal. ¿Entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Is he pleading only to one count?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I also have to tell everyone what the maximum punishment range is for a second-degree felony.
También le tengo que indicar a todos qué es la condena máxima para un delito mayor en el segundo grado.
A person that is found guilty of a second-degree felony could serve between 2 and 20 years in a state prison.
Una persona que se declara culpable en un delito mayor del segundo grado puede tener una condena de 2 a 20 años en una prisión estatal.
And a maximum fine of $10,000.
Y puede tener una multa máxima de hasta $10,000.
I'm not saying that's what you're going to get, but that I do have to tell you that is the maximum.
Eso no es lo que le van a dar, pero sí le tengo que dar le tengo que explicar que esa es la condena máxima.
Do you understand that?
¿Entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Is there anything else? No, I got. So he's pleading out to just an aggravated assault?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
And is that count, I'm assuming just count one, right?
Correct.
Nothing else is being dismissed? Okay.
The clause number 2021 CRD 14063 will be dismissed as part of the plea.
Okay, but then we'll take that up in the sentencing portion, but okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Villarreal, as to the charge, second-degree felony, aggravated assault, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Señor Villarreal, a la agresión con agravantes, que es un delito grave en el segundo grado, ¿cómo se declara? ¿Culpable o no culpable?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
¿Usted se está declarando culpable de manera libre y voluntariamente?
Culpable, yo me culpo. Soy culpable, nadie me está forzando, yo soy culpable.
Guilty. I'm pleading guilty. Nobody's forcing me. I'm guilty.
Okay, and that takes care of the next questions. Are you pleading guilty because you're accepting responsibility for the offense?
¿Y usted se está declarando culpable porque está aceptando y tomando responsabilidad de este delito?
Sí.
Yes.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else?
Y aparte del acuerdo que ya tiene con el procurador del estado de Texas, ¿hay alguien que le haya prometido a usted algo más para declararse culpable?
No, yo soy culpable nomás.
No, I'm guilty. I'm only.
And the plea package is made up of how many exhibits? One or two?
I believe the state may have introduced it, Your Honor. I don't know if they added any other exhibits.
Well, sometimes it's one, sometimes it's two, and sometimes it's three. Well, let's do it this way. Is the state offering state's exhibits, the plea package into evidence? Mr. Is it Guajardo?
I believe it's Ms. Sandoval, Claudia Sandoval.
No, Ms. Sandoval, are you here with us?
It's been Miss,
Calderon? No,
yes,
anyone?
sir. It's been Miss Calderon, but I don't see her right now.
Anyone from
Judge, I
the-
can submit Pedro O'Hara, State of Texas. Yes, Your Honor. We can submit that as state exhibit number 1, Judge.
Okay, and whether it includes 2 and 3 also. Any
Yes.
objections, Mr. Nieto?
There's no objection, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibits or exhibit are admitted into evidence.
Bueno, el elemento de prueba número 1 ha sido aceptado como prueba.
¿Ande?
Excuse me?
¿Cómo la pregunta?
The document that you signed, I'm going to look at it right now.
Deme un segundo. El documento que usted ya firmó lo estoy viendo.
Okay.
Ok.
Okay. And Mr. Villarreal, based on that and your plea, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty today.
Muy bien, señor Villarreal, basado en este documento y en su declaración, voy a aceptar su declaración el día de hoy.
I find that your plea was made willingly and voluntarily.
¿Usted hizo esta declaración de manera voluntaria?
¿Mande? ¿Que se ha hecho comunitarias? ¿O las
That your declaration of guilty was made willingly and voluntarily.
¿Y usted hizo esta declaración de manera libre y voluntariamente?
Sí.
Yes.
And I'm going to find you guilty of that offense.
Y lo encuentro que es culpable de ese delito.
Sí.
Yes.
Also, Mr. Villarreal, I'm going to approve the agreement that you have with the state of Texas.
También, señor Villarreal, voy a aprobar el acuerdo que usted ya tiene con el estado de Texas.
And Mr. Nieto, can you enlighten me? What
Yes, Your Honor. In exchange for my client's plea of guilt, my client is to serve 2 years in Institution Division, State of Texas, probated for 3 years, with the conditions of complete the anger resolution therapy, 150 hours of community service, forfeit the pellet gun. Also,
Sorry, forfeit what?
A pellet gun. It's the pellet gun that was he was arrested, that was in his possession during the arrest.
Okay.
Also, the state will dismiss cause number 2021 CRD 14063, and there will be no deadly weapon finding.
Yeah.
El momento,
Go ahead, go ahead.
Sí, el acuerdo en el que mi cliente se declare culpable, él va a cumplir con 2 años con estancia en la institución divisional del estado de Texas, pero lo va a cumplir con 3 años de libertad condicional. Va a ir al Anger Resolution Therapy, 150 horas de comunidad y la pistola o el arma con los perdigón va a tener que entregarla. Y el otro caso, 2021 CRD 163D3, será retirado.
And just to clarify, the court did not make a finding of the use of a deadly weapon. and the court will approve the agreement of a sentence of 2 years, state prison, probated for 3 years with the anger management class, 150 hours of community service, forfeit of the pellet gun, and dismissal of the cause indicated.
Muy bien, entonces en este momento vamos a aprobar ese acuerdo con los 2 años con la estancia en prisión, pero los va a cumplir con 3 años de libertad condicional, con las 100 horas, va a ir a las clases de contra el IRA, las 150 horas, y va a entregar la pistola de aire comprimido.
All right, anything from probation on court costs?
Court cost, Judge, $385, Crime Stoppers, $50, attorney's fees, $500, Judge.
Costos legales de $385, $50 de cargo para las fuerzas de seguridad y $500 en los honorarios del abogado.
And Your Honor, if I may, my client has some credit if this credit can be allocated towards court costs and attorney fees, Your Honor.
Si mi cliente tiene crédito y estamos pidiendo que este crédito se le pueda otorgar en los costos legales y en los honorarios del abogado.
That'll be granted. Did you have a question, Mr. Villarreal?
Y si se le otorga eso, ¿tiene alguna pregunta, señor Villarreal?
No.
No.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
can we please have a telephone number for Mr. Villarreal?
Sí, por favor, ¿nos podría dar su número de teléfono, señor Villarreal?
956-480-7807.
956-480-7807.
¿Es 7807?
480-7807.
480-7807.
Your Honor, if he is released before I get to process him, can you please court order him to report to the probation office?
Si es que lo dejan salir antes de que nosotros podamos procesarlo, ¿le podría indicar a él que tiene que reportarse a libertad condicional?
Sí, me reporto.
Yes, I will report.
That will be ordered. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of pleas to sign, so they probably won't be turned in till tomorrow. Just so everyone knows.
Understood, Your Honor.
Esto ha sido ordenado entonces.
Okay, so Mr. Nieto, maybe till tomorrow when you get released, okay?
Entonces será para mañana cuando usted va a poder salir, ¿está bien?
Está bien.
Very well.
Okay, good luck, sir. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm good. Oh, shit. Your Honor, from the 406, Ward, Derek Lewis.
How you doing, ma'am?
406. Court calls 2021 CRH 1286D for the state of Texas versus Derek Lewis Ward.
Sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ward.
All right, and yourself?
I'm doing okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ward, I think you're here on your initial appearance for arraignment. When that happens on your charge of aggravated robbery. So I'm going to ask your attorney if he or she has an announcement for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Omar Salinas. At this time, Mr. Ward pleads not guilty. We waive the reading of the indictment and request our next court dates, Your Honor.
Informal set for May 4th, Your Honor, at 2 p.m.
May 4th, 2 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything further?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ward, you'll be back in court with Judge Hale, more than likely, on May 4th at 2 p.m.
May 4th. How do I get a chance though, like to maybe get like a bond or something?
A bond?
Yeah.
You should have a bond already. What's your bond set at?
I don't know. But
He has a $20,000 bond, Your Honor, on this case. He also has a case out of the 111th. And I believe he has a new charge that was at the JP where he has a no bond, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Ward, I mean, just so you know what's happening right now. There's a new law. You will be given an opportunity to address all your bonds, but I can't do it right now because we have to generate what they call a public safety report. So even if I wanted to set bond, I really can't. But that will be ready to go when you appear. And you will have to have that report in front of all the different courts you have cases pending with, okay?
All right. So
Your attorney will take care of that. Well, he'll notify us and we'll take care of that, actually.
all right.
So,
And if I may, Your Honor, there's a strong possibility that this case of the 406 will be transferred to the 111, so to consolidate his cases. So he won't be having to come to different courts.
okay, all right. So hopefully that'll be taken care of as well. All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ward, we'll see you next time.
Can I ask a question though? Like,
Sure.
how does it work with me being on probation and like a county? Like, because right now I'm taking classes.
You're on federal probation or state?
State. I'm on 4 years deferred probation in Travis County. And right now, I was in the process of taking all my classes and things like that.
Well, the problem, I mean, they may decide to, depending on what happens with these cases you have pending here in Webb County, they may revoke your probation, but that'll be a judge up in Travis County that gets to decide that, not us.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll have to deal with what you have pending here in Webb County, and they'll decide what to do as a result of the outcome of all these cases. Okay? Yeah, but yeah, we don't get to say what happens in your Travis County case.
All right. So how much time am I looking at though for these charges?
Well, I mean, you've got a second-degree felony charge. You know, the maximum sentence for a second-degree felony is 20 years. Now, most people don't get that. They're able to work out a deal, but that is the maximum punishment for a second-degree felony. So it is a serious charge. But I don't know any of the facts right now. I mean, you're here for the first time. And your attorney is telling us that you're not guilty, so he'll work off of that. The state still has to prove that you actually did anything, okay?
Okay, so you said the maximum is 20 years?
That's the maximum, but it's very rare that people end up getting that, but it could happen. A lot depends on your criminal history, so which I don't have, so I don't know what to tell you. I'm just talking in generalities.
Okay.
Okay, all right, good luck, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
All right,
Your Honor, that's all for me, Your Honor. May I be excused?
yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good to see you again, Mr. Salinas.
Your Honor, 49, Diaz Ortiz Daniel.
Page 15.
The court calls 2021 CRO 1407 D1, State of Texas versus Daniel Diaz Ortiz.
Están aquí en el caso 2021 CRO 1407D1 en el caso de Daniel Díaz Ortiz.
I believe this is a plea.
Yes.
Estamos aquí para un convenio declaratorio.
Do you have it, Judge? I don't remember seeing it.
Yes, I do have it.
Okay, all right.
That was the only one yeah.
Okay.
So Mr. Daniel Diaz Ortiz, your attorney is advising me that you're going to go forward with a plea of guilty today.
Señor Daniel Díaz Ortiz, su abogado me ha dicho que usted está listo para un convenio declaratorio el día de hoy.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he answer?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Give me a second. Can you hear me, Your Honor? I think my audio went out.
Oh, I didn't hear a response. And I didn't hear it in Spanish either.
Sí. Repita la respuesta.
Mr. Diaz, are you going to plead guilty today?
Señor Díaz, ¿usted se va a declarar culpable el día de hoy?
Sí, señoría.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I need to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Your
Le
Honor,
voy a
may be
pe-
heard.
Yeah.
Paul Thompson here. I believe he's here. He may have already pled guilty. We have him on one new case and we have him on one motion to revoke. I believe that there was just some miscommunication that probation wanted to clear up, Your Honor. But no, I believe he's already pled guilty on one, and he's already been modified in the other. But the probation, the one he's on probation on, some modifications need to happen. Perhaps probation, if they're around, they could explain better.
Estamos, de parte del procurador Paul Thompson, él creo que ya se declaró culpable. Creo que estamos aquí para un caso nuevo y para un pedimento de anulación. Creo que hubo miscomunicación con el Departamento de Libertad Condicional y ellos querían aclarar unas cosas.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Thompson may be talking about another case. This is Daniel.
This is the one ending in 1407 D1. At least that's the plea that I have.
Yeah, Daniel Diaz Ortiz.
No, I was talking about, okay, you're right, Your Honor, that's correct. This is on another case. My apologies.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
It's late.
Disculpe,
It's late in the day.
eso era para otro caso.
So we haven't sworn him in, have we?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Raise
Mr.
your-
Ortiz, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Señor, por favor, levante su mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you will give in this cause now in trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
¿Usted jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad con el amparo de Dios?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. You can put, yeah.
Yeah.
Is your true and correct name Daniel Diaz Ortiz?
¿Su nombre correcto y verdadero es Daniel Díaz Ortiz?
Yes.
That's right.
All right, let's hold on. It sounds like he understands. Mr. Ortiz, if you don't understand, ask me to repeat the question and we'll get the interpreter to interpret, okay? Do you understand some English? Oh.
¿Usted entiende inglés?
Oh.
Okay.
No.
You're here with your attorney, Mr. Fred Trevino.
Usted está aquí con su abogado, el señor Fred Treviño.
Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case and ask him questions about what's going to happen today?
¿Usted ha tenido tiempo suficiente para hablar con su abogado de su caso, hacerle preguntas y de lo que va a suceder el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Is there anything that I need to know about that prevents you from understanding what we're doing?
¿Algo que yo tengo que saber que le previene a usted de entender lo que está sucediendo el día de hoy? Repita.
No, todo está bien.
No, everything's fine.
Have you been satisfied with the services Mr. Trevino has provided?
¿Usted está satisfecho con los servicios del señor Treviño?
Yes.
And Mr. Trevino, do you believe your client to be competent to go forward with trial today?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
¿El señor Treviño cree que su cliente está competente para seguir adelante el día de hoy? Sí, su señoría.
And Mr. Diaz, I have in front of me a plea package with it looks like you signed. Did your attorney go over it with you?
Señor, tengo aquí el convenio declaratorio que parece que usted firmó. ¿Su abogado le explicó este documento?
Sí, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it?
¿Y usted lo firmó?
Yes.
Now, in this package, there are certain rights that you're indicating you're going to give up, and I'm going to cover a few of those.
Ahora, en este documento hay unos derechos que usted ha indicado que va a renunciar y ahora se los voy a explicar.
First of all, you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to plead guilty.
Para empezar, usted no tiene el derecho a permanecer callado y no tiene que declararse culpable.
You have the right to have a jury hear your case and assess your punishment.
Tiene el derecho a tener a un jurado que escuche su caso y asesore condena.
And if there's evidence or test or witnesses that are testifying against you, you have a right to ask them questions at trial.
Y si hay pruebas y testigos que están declarando en contra de usted, usted tiene el derecho a interrogarlos.
Also, if I go along with this agreement and I sentence you along the lines of the agreement, then you cannot complain about that punishment to a higher court.
Ahora, si yo estoy de acuerdo con este acuerdo y le doy condena de acuerdo a este acuerdo que usted ya tiene, usted no tiene el derecho a apelar esto a un tribunal de mayor instancia.
Do you understand that?
¿Entiende esto?
Yes.
Also, I have to ask everyone this question.
También le tengo que hacer esta pregunta a todos.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
¿Es usted un ciudadano americano?
No.
No.
Did your attorney explain to you what could happen to you if you plead guilty in this case?
Su abogado le explicó qué es lo que va a suceder si es que usted se declara, lo que pueda suceder si usted se declara culpable.
Yes, ma'am.
You could be subject to deportation.
Usted estuviera sujeto a deportación.
You could be denied re-entry.
Se le puede negar entrada.
And you could also be denied the right to become a U.S. citizen.
Y también se le puede negar el beneficio de hacerse ciudadano americano.
Do you understand that this is a possibility?
¿Usted entiende que esas son las posibilidades?
Sí, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Trevino, has Mr. Diaz been counseled on the effects, immigration implications of a plea of guilty?
Yes, Your Honor. I explained to him that he was deportable and that he was also not be allowed to re-enter the country if he was deported or left the country voluntarily, and that he would not be able to gain status here in the future because of a conviction that he's agreeing to.
Ahora, señor Treviño, usted le ha explicado al señor Díaz lo que podría suceder con inmigración si se declara culpable. Sí, su señoría, yo ya le expliqué que podría ser deportado, se le podría negar entrada a este país si es que él sale voluntariamente o lo deportan y que no puede obtener beneficio migratorio en el futuro a consecuencia de esta declaración.
So, Mr. Diaz, knowing all these things, do you still want to plead guilty?
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, usted sabiendo todas estas cosas, ¿aún así quiere declararse culpable?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, before I ask you how you plead, I have to inform you that the maximum punishment for a felony 3 in the state of Texas is a sentence between 2 to 10 years in a state prison.
Ahora también le tengo que encontrar qué es el alcance de la pena para este delito grave en el tercer grado en el estado de Texas. Puede ser una condena de 2 hasta 10 años o a 10 años en una cárcel estatal.
And a fine not to exceed $10,000.
Una multa de hasta $10,000.
Did your attorney explain that to you?
¿Y su abogado le explicó esto?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment?
We waive reading of the indictment, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Daniel Diaz Ortiz, as to the charge, count 1, evading arrest with the use of a vehicle, felony 3, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Muy bien, señor. ¿Usted cómo se declara al cargo que es un delito grave del tercer grado de evadir arresto? ¿De culpable o no culpable?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
¿Se está declarando culpable de manera libre y voluntariamente?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
¿Alguien lo está forzando a declararse culpable?
No.
No.
And aside from the agreement you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else?
Y aparte del acuerdo que ya tiene con el estado de Texas, ¿hay algo que alguien le haya prometido en intercambio?
No.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are accepting responsibility for the offense?
¿Usted está declarando culpable porque está aceptando responsabilidad de este delito? Yes.
And is the state offering Exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. The state offers a plea pack at Stage 1.
Any objections, Mr. Trevino?
No objections, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Diaz, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court, State's Exhibit 1 is admitted. The court finds that your plea of guilty was made freely and voluntarily.
Señor Díaz, basado en su declaración y en las pruebas y en el elemento de prueba número 1 que ha sido admitido como prueba, veo que su declaración de culpabilidad ha sido libre y voluntaria.
So I will find you guilty of the offense of evading arrest with a use of a vehicle, felony 3.
Entonces sí lo declaro culpable de evadir arresto con uso de un vehículo, un delito grave del tercer grado.
The court is also going to move on to the punishment phase.
Ahora para darle condena.
You will be sentenced to a term of 4 years, probated for 4 years.
Usted va a cumplir con estancia en prisión de 4 años, pero se cumplirá con 4 años de libertad condicional.
Under the defense motion 1245, the court is considering the following causes of action as part of your sentence.
Ahora, como parte del impedimento 1245, estas son las otras causas que también se están tomando en consideración.
Cause number 2022-00939.
2022-00939.
Class A misdemeanor failure to ID.
Es una clase A, delito menor, no se identificó.
You are ordered to take a defensive driving class.
Tiene que tomar una clase de conducir a la defensiva.
And do we have anything regarding court costs and?
Yes, Judge, it's $385 court cost, Crime Stopper 50, and attorney's fees $350.
Sí, tenemos $385 en costos legales, $50 que es para el cargo de las fuerzas de seguridad y $350 en los honorarios de los abogados.
Then that'll be approved.
Eso será aprobado.
Your Honor, if I may,
You may go ahead.
can I have a telephone number for the defendant, please?
¿Sí nos podría dar un número de teléfono?
Mr. Diaz.
Señor Díaz.
8671 262312.
8671-262312.
Your Honor, if he is released before I process him, can you please court order him to report to the probation office?
I will. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sí, señoría, si él sale antes de que nosotros podamos procesarlo, le podría ordenar que él se tenga que reportar al Departamento de Libertad Condicional.
Mr. Diaz, you probably will not be released till tomorrow. If you are released, you're to report to the probation office.
Señor Díaz, a lo mejor no lo van a dejar salir hasta mañana, pero si es que sale antes, por favor, usted tiene que reportarse al Departamento de Libertad Condicional.
Right.
All right.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Diaz.
Muy bien. Buena suerte, señor Díaz.
Your Honor,
Yes.
this is Raquel from the 341st. We still have pending Ivan Garcia. He's on page 6. I just wanted to double check on that with you.
I don't think we've called him. He's the last one for you.
Yes. Yes. Okay, Judge.
Your Honor, 49, James Lofa Abraham. He's an interpreter.
What was the last name?
Lofa James Abraham, 49.
Okay. All right.
That's Fernando's case, Judge.
Yes. He needs an interpreter?
Yes, sir.
Let me call his attorney's in federal court.
Su abogado está en el Tribunal Federal.
Mr. Sosa, your attorney's in federal court, so there's not a whole lot we can do here today.
Señor Sosa, su abogado está en el Tribunal Federal. No hay mucho que podamos hacer el día de hoy.
Your attorney did prior to today file a motion to have you evaluated by a doctor.
Pero antes de esta fecha, su abogado sí tramitó un pedimento para que usted fuera evaluado por un médico.
The district attorney's office said they had no objection to that.
El fiscal no tenía ninguna protesta en eso.
So your attorney asked me to sign or let the court know that it was okay for me to sign the orders.
Y su abogado me pidió que estaría bien si yo firmo estas órdenes.
So we're going to reset this case so you can come back with your attorney.
Entonces vamos a aplazar este caso para que usted pueda estar presente junto con su abogado
To see if there's any other matters that we need to take up.
para ver si tenemos que hablar de algunas otras cuestiones de su caso.
So Alma, how much time do we?
I think June 2nd at 8:30 for a status hearing, Judge.
Podríamos darle la fecha del 2 de junio a las 8:30 para la evaluación del caso.
Judge May, was the motion granted?
The motion is going to be granted. I haven't signed it yet.
Thank you.
But both the defense and the estate advised the court that there was no opposition to the motion.
Thank you, Judge.
En este momento voy a otorgar el pedimento, aunque todavía no lo firmo y que no hubo ninguna protesta de ninguna parte.
We'll see you back in court on the 2nd of June.
Nos vemos aquí entonces el 2 de junio.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
then on page 15 on the top, we do not need Daniel Gilberto Valdez.
Okay.
Can the jail hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
We don't need Daniel Gilberto Valdez. The reason was there's a motion to clarify because he hadn't turned himself in, but he's already in custody, Judge.
Well, I've been here for 4 hours.
So have I, Mr.
I'm
Noble.
sorry.
Yeah, but
I didn't see you there.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Well, it's still always a pleasure to practice in front of you.
I'm so sorry.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
your client finally turned himself in.
Okay, so we're good to go, correct?
Yes, you're good to go. I'm sorry.
Ms.
okay.
Martinez, before you let him go, I think probation might need some additional clarification, though.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor. So yeah, that was part of the reason why we had set him up for court. The other one was, he was on a motion to revoke on the 2015 case. However,
Wait, hold on. Who are we talking about?
Daniel Valdez.
On page 15 on the top, Judge.
Okay.
Daniel Gilberto Valdez, Judge.
It's page
15.
Okay, so
15 and
we need
14.
a motion to clarify. We need a setting for a motion to clarify what?
Your Honor, for cause number 2015 CRW 1539, the defendant was on a motion to revoke. However, when he had court on February the 25th, I don't know, there was a misunderstanding, but the MTR was not withdrawn. There's no court notes in regards to that. The defendant's case was extended as per my notes for 3 years, but there's no court note. So we need the MTR to be withdrawn.
Joaquin?
No, it's Mr. Thompson.
Oh.
It's my MTR, Your Honor. And,
Oh, I'm sorry.
The MTR was closed. I believe it was closed unsuccessfully, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
No, we did it as part of the plea with Mr. Thompson in conjunction with Mr. Thompson's case, which would basically extend it and just continue him on the safety relapse program.
Even better.
Okay.
That was your understanding, correct, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, yes.
So that takes care of that probation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, may I excuse your honor?
I think so, Mr. Nolan.
Sorry, Edward.
It's okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the 49th, Treviño Mario Jose. Treviño Mario Jose, 49.
Page 10, Judge.
The court calls 2015 CRS 1588 D1, the state of Texas versus Jose Mario Trevino.
That's Oscar Peña's case.
I'm here. I'm present, Judge.
Hey, Mr. Peña, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Trevino, do you understand English?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trevino. So
This is a case that came back from with the Court of Appeals, Judge.
We have, Judge, yes, as was mentioned, this case came back for re-sentencing from the Court of Criminal Appeals. And we have talked about the sentencing, and I believe we are prepared to make a joint agreed recommendation by the defense and the state as to punishment and resolve this today.
That is correct, Your Honor.
If the court will accept handling it that way.
if you guys are fine with it, just give me some background. He pled out to.
Your Honor, if I may give you some background.
Yes.
Your Honor, this case was tried in, I believe, 2016 or 2017. The defendant was found guilty by a jury, and in the sentencing phase was punished for 2 counts of sexual assault of a child. He was sentenced to 20 years for each count, and those charges or those sentences were to run consecutively due to a motion filed by the state. And I believe it was Judge Ender who stacked those 2 punishments. The case went up for appeal, and the court found, or I think it was the 4th Court of Appeals or the Court of Criminal Appeals, I'm not quite sure. The appellate court found error in the form of ineffective assistance of counsel in the punishment phase and reversed and remanded the case back to the state court for punishment. I've explained all of this to the family. I've explained it to the victim, and we extended an offer to the defense in an effort to, I guess, avoid a punishment trial. And we've come up with a 15-year offer on both counts to run concurrently as opposed to consecutive.
That's correct, Your Honor. And the only correction, everything ADA Rodriguez said was correct, except that the case actually went up on appeal and was affirmed, and then it came back down. We took it back up on a habeas corpus, and that's when it got remanded for resentencing. But other than that, everything ADA Rodriguez said is correct.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Peña.
So, all right, this is a new one on me. So, so the agreement's going to be that he was found guilty on 2 counts of a second-degree felony sexual assault of a child. And the punishment agreement with the state is going to be 15 years on each count to run concurrent.
Correct.
With and obviously credit for time served.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I know we have to swear him in for a guilty plea, but he's already been found guilty by a jury. So, Mr. Trevino, do you understand English?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, good afternoon, sir, again. Have you been following the discussion that went on between the district attorney's office and your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your understanding of the agreement that you want me to approve?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any waiver of appeal that goes along with this?
No, Your Honor, it's just sentencing. We're not making any deal other than an agreed recommendation. He was found guilty by a jury, and we're not disturbing that.
Okay, and you're, I guess, orally electing to have the judge impose sentence instead of a jury.
That is correct, Your Honor, but I would respectfully request that the court ask that question of the client just to get it on the record, John.
Okay. All right, and this situation is a little bit different, Mr. Trevino. You obviously you went to a jury trial. Part of your rights as a defendant in the state of Texas is that you also have the right to have a jury assess your punishment. Your attorney has made an oral motion and is asking me to approve the recommendations that the state of Texas and your attorney have reached. Is that your wish?
What appeal?
Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yeah.
Yes.
the state, just for the record, is also waiving its statutory right to a trial by jury in sentencing.
Okay. And that'll be granted on both sides.
He said since he was already found guilty by a jury, all they're doing is the sentencing.
Anything you wish to say, Mr. Trevino, before I impose sentence on you?
All right.
No, sir. No, Your Honor.
Mr. Trevino, the court is going to approve the agreement or the recommendations that have been made. And I am going to sentence you to 15 years to serve in a state prison on both counts to run concurrent at the same time, in other words.
That works, okay.
So the court is also going to grant the request for credit for time served. So you will get credit for the time you've been in there.
Okay, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Peña?
No, sir.
Well,
No, sir, nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
okay. All right. Best of luck, Mr. Trevino, and thank you
Honor.
both, gentlemen.
Your Honor, if I may, the
Yeah.
state has one issue. I know that there was a finding of guilt from a jury and there's an approved sentence. And I guess is a question for the clerks, do they need a statement of facts from the state in order to send him to TDCJ, or will he be going to TDCJ immediately?
Sorry,
Kathy?
yeah, that's something new, so I'm gonna have to check for tomorrow. Because everyone already left. I'll check tomorrow just to make sure.
All I ask is let me know what I need to do to send this defendant to TDCJ immediately. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I also have to do a judgment, a new judgment, right?
Probably.
Yes, the judge just told me yes.
Just on
Okay.
punishment, yes.
He's listening.
So we're gonna need the new statement of facts then.
I don't
Yes,
remember
to
saying, I don't remember anything, Alma.
That's fine. I'll get it done. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Alma.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peña. It's good to see you.
Likewise, Judge.
Good luck, Mr. Trevino.
Your Honor, for the 49, Newkirk.
Oh, yeah.
Page 13
Page 13.
and 14.
And 14.
Didn't he have something else on the 341st? No? Oh,
No,
no.
Judge, no.
All right, the court calls 2017 CRH 1316 D1 and 2017 CRH 1111 D1, the state of Texas versus Clinton Gerald Newark.
Newkirk, Your Honor.
Newkirk, I'm sorry, Mr. Newkirk, and also 2019 CRH 1216 D1.
I believe he has 3 cases, Your Honor.
Yes, three cases. I have some motions, I think, 4.
Yes, Your Honor. We filed motions to set bond, not to adjust bond, but to set bond. Mr. Newkirk was out on bond when he picked up a smuggling charge with the feds, and because of that smuggling charge, his bond was revoked by Judge Lopez. Mr. Newkirk has been in custody for 14 months. He was sentenced in the state, in the federal system, I believe to, I forgot how many months he was sentenced, but he completed his sentence in the federal system without being released while his bond was still revoked, and he was brought back here. We requested bond be set. The judge denied it. We filed another motion to set bond. The judge denied it because the revocation of his bonds because of committing a subsequent violation or a violation of the bond requirement. So again, we're requesting a bond be set, and this time we're requesting it based on the Texas Constitution, specifically Article 1, Section 11, and it goes down to actually subsection 11B, where because of any person who is accused in the state of a felony or an offense involving family violence who is released on bail pending trial and where bail is subsequently revoked or forfeited for a violation of a condition of release may be denied bail pending trial if a judge or magistrate in the state determines by preponderance of evidence of at a subsequent hearing that the person violated a condition of release related to the safety of a victim or alleged offense, or of the alleged offense, or to the safety of the community. Now, Your Honor, he was revoked because of a subsequent offense, and we've had several hearings. But the violation of the condition of release by the alleged offense that related or triggered that revocation of his bond was not an offense that was related to the safety of the victim or the safety of the community. It's a smuggling charge, Your Honor. So in this case, we're requesting, based on that he be granted a bond, and a reasonable bond. And in this case, since my client's been in custody for 14 months, we're requesting that bond be a PR bond or something, something he can attain.
Mr. Trevino, normally, by any chance, have you read through Senate Bill 6?
Yes, Your Honor, and I have read through Senate Bill 6, but it's my understanding that the Texas Constitution supersedes the Senate bill.
Well,
So
I understand
if
that.
there's a conflict of laws, then I believe the Constitution, the Texas Constitution, would supersede the Senate legislation.
Now, you're asking, yeah.
Fred, who's the ADA now?
It would be Joe, but on this one, oh, I'm sorry, it's Eduardo Ramirez, I believe.
Okay, because I remember, and again, and this has been basically all new in the last 2 weeks, for that this still constitutes a bond modification. I mean, basically, initially I looked at this as doing one of two things. Your request for a PR bond or reinstating the old bonds. Of course, that may not help him much, depending, what were the old bonds set at? I mean, he's got three counts of felony robbery, aggravated robbery.
Your Honor, there were three different, I guess, indictments. And I think pretrial services was the one that was monitoring him on all those. I don't know what the final bonds, because we'd had a lot of bond hearings.
Is there any way for me to tell right now that his subsequent violation was not one that endangered the public or the victim?
I believe the state would, I'm not sure. I know Mr. Mendoza has already argued that he got charged with smuggling in the federal system, and it's on the record. I didn't have anything else I don't have anything from the feds that would say the exact charge, other than the state is already, they use that in the prior hearings for the judge to revoke him and the judge to not set bond.
On a different case or with Mr. Newkirk?
With Mr. Newkirk. Mr. Newkirk was out on bond when he was arrested and subsequently convicted in the federal system for that. And then once he was released,
okay, I see what you're saying.
From the federal system, he was brought back here on a detainer, but he was never granted bond since his return.
And it is the federal equivalent of the smuggling of persons. I'm not sure of the exact offense name. But I disagree with Mr. Trevino's assessment that it's not related to.
And I will tell you, I think under the new mandate, and you may, I don't disagree with your argument about Texas Constitution, Mr. Trevino. But I do know that under Senate Bill 6, that trafficking, human trafficking is one of the red flags. Of course, it's not a state offense, it's a federal. I don't know if that has any impact on it.
And I don't believe he was charged with human trafficking, Your Honor.
Well, it may be called something else under the federal system, but that's what, smuggling of what? Was it?
His charge was a conspiracy to smoke.
A controlled substance or a person?
Illegal alien. There was no enhancements for endangerment or anything like that. I pled to a lesser offense of conspiracy.
Okay, let me do this, Mr. Trevino, and I wish you'd put a little bit more meat on your motion to specifically address your argument today. But if you're correct, where are you from, Mr. Newkirk?
I'm from Laredo, Texas, living in for 10 years.
Okay. And just any response to it, Mr. Ramirez, to his argument that denying Mr. Newkirk is in violation of the state constitution?
Well, essentially my only disagreement with him is that he's saying that it doesn't relate to the safety of the community. And I mean, I disagree with that. He was out on bond through pretrial services with an alcohol monitor when he committed this offense. His bond was subsequently revoked. His bond has been revoked multiple times on the other cases as well. So,
but wouldn't there have to be a stipulation of evidence or a hearing, Mr. Trevino's, before the court can make that determination?
Well, Your Honor,
you mentioned that by a preponderance of the evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, and my argument would be that the state would have to prove that the subsequent offense they would have to argue that he would be denied bail because the subsequent offense was a danger. He was constituted a danger to the community or a victim of that offense.
No, it's a state's burden. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to switch the burden on you.
And that's all right, Your Honor, because the section, Article 1, Section 11 states that no one shall be denied bail. But this isn't like asking specifically what Senate Bill 6 says is you can't, I guess, grant them a PR bond without checking all the different, right? But we're trying to set bail just to get them a bond. And then at that same point, what's a reasonable bond? So I believe he's entitled to a bond just based on the.
You're just asking for, you're not saying that he absolutely has to get a PR bond.
What we're saying is if he gets a bond, we're recommending that it be a PR bond because of his inability to pay. Also, if we can ask pretrial services, but he's had 2 trials. He's been charged. He's been I guess under bond since 2017. He's never absconded, Your Honor. He's always been here for all his cases. He's not a risk of not showing up. All his trials have been he was looking at a minimum of 25 to life. He was not going to be granted probation. So, and he's shown up for all. He stayed for sentencing. He stayed for everything.
Look, Mr. I'm not. I'm not opposed to granting bonds. I understand the whole concept behind that, and I've never been close to the idea of granting bonds. But what's the statute you're referring to in reference to the violation to the victim or the public safety?
It's Article 1, Section 11. Let me check it again.
But that's the Constitution.
Yeah, that's and it says that if bond is revoked because of a violation of the condition of bond, and that's what was on the record. The reason he was revoked because he violated a condition of the bond. He was arrested and subsequently convicted of a new offense that
Which he was, okay.
And that under subsection.
Unless that offense affects the public safety or the victim. All right, so, all right, let me tell you what I'm going to do on this. And this is just, again, to cover my bases as well. And that in the event Mr. Newkirk is entitled to a reasonable bond, I'm going to make a decision. I'm going to order this case to be set in 7 days, and I'm going to be sitting for that docket. It's actually my docket, and I will have a decision for you, Mr. Newkirk, so that if you're entitled to a bond, I will set one. I do want to review this and compare it to my new imposed obligations to the state under Senate Bill 6.
Judge, and for the court's consideration when making the decision on bond, we do oppose a PR bond and a pretrial services bond. He's here asking for what is essentially a third or fourth chance to get out on a PR bond, and he keeps reoffending. He has not absconded, but he keeps reoffending. So we're asking for
one of the things that's going to happen between now and the 20th of this month is I'm going to go through the steps that we've already implemented to create what they're calling the public safety report, which is basically all the information from the Texas Law Enforcement Database, TLET. So I'll have all of that in front of me, which I'm required to review now. And that's going to give credence to one of your arguments, I believe, but feel free to send me anything before then. You'll have my email for my consideration. And yeah, one of the things we're actually required to note, Mr. Ramirez, is that if this is a defendant that is not missing his court dates, is one of the things that we do have to take into account. So, I mean, you know, and he was already granted bond initially. So, I mean, I'm just telling you, I'm not forecasting my decision, but that stuff I'm about reappearing in court is still one of the considerations we have, and ability to pay bond, all those things still come into play. And I'll have all of that before. So I'll not add this to the list of cases that have to have the public safety report.
Okay.
That will be in front of me in 7 days.
Okay.
And
It'll be, will you set it, will we put it as a motion to set bond?
Motion to set bond. That's
okay. All right.
And so you'll have my email, correct? Send me anything you want me to look at, and I will look at it before, because this is something I need to have a clear idea on what we're going to do, because this is going to start coming up a lot. Normally, you know, I'd try to rule on the spot and not make you wait, but I'm going to be a little cautious on this case. And, you know, Mr. Newark, I mean, you do have 3 felony 1 counts. I have to take that into account as well. So anyways, all right, I made it, we're resetting this case for 7 days at 1:30. Send me anything you want me to look at, which might help me in my decision, but I will be looking up.
And Your Honor, the other thing we're looking at this setting was trying to set a trial date. But I don't know if we want to do that, considering that if he does get out on bond, then that you probably want to have more people that are in custody on the trials first. So maybe we could reset that, I guess the setting of trial date for that next court setting with you.
Well, just mention it then, and Alma's listening right now, and she'll follow along, and we'll get some guidance as to what the court wants to do with that.
And this trial is going to entail the use of experts, Your Honor. So we'll probably need like 2 or 3 trial dates so that we could get the experts. I get the scheduling to get both sides experts.
Well, Fred, the next, you know, the trial date that we're going to give you is going to be sometime in June or July. So
I understand, but
and Mr. Trevino, I mean, these are I mean, these are all 2017 and 2019 cases.
Yes, Your Honor. And DNA was used, I believe the state is probably going to go on the 2019 case, Your Honor. And DA was used, the Texas Crime Lab provided evidence. So the courts granted us also a DNA expert. So I know with experts, we'll need to give them like some options as to the dates they can come, because there's other trials they'll have already be slotted to testify in. So that's why I was recommending that maybe 2 or 3 court dates, so we could give our experts the options and they could tell us which one they could go to. I'm just giving advance notice to the court, Your Honor, on that, on that issue.
So by the time you come back here, I will have memorized Article 1, Section 11, backwards and forwards, Mr. Trevino. So,
thank you. Well, when the statutes don't work, go to the Constitution.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the legislature would agree with you, but I mean, I know what you're saying. But all right, we'll have a decision on this on the 7th, and we will not take as long. I'll know going in. All right, Mr. Newkirk, I'll see you in 7 days. And thank you, Mr. Trevino. Moving on.
Thank you.
Our last inmate will be from the 406, Jorge.
What?
You're doing cartwheels, Marco? I think this is the last one for the 406, so let's get it in. So.
And I'm ready, Your Honor. This is Jonathan Garcia on behalf of Mr. Garavida for a plea.
All right, hold on. Let me call the case 2021 CRO 126D4 and 2020 CRO 618D4, the state of Texas versus Jorge Yiguerabide Jr. And Mr. Garcia, what do we have?
It's going to be a plea, Your Honor, on the case where it's kidnapping. It's going to be to a lesser included offense from aggravated to regular kidnapping. And the other case is going to be dismissed as part of this plea, along with the other cases that are stated in the plea package.
Okay. Is it one plea package or two? Oh, yeah. Just one. Wait. Wrong one. Mr. Yiguerabide, did I get that right?
Sure.
You understand English?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're here with your attorney, Mr. Garcia, and he's indicated that you're going to plead guilty today. Is that your understanding?
Sure.
Okay.
Judge, I'm sorry, but can you get closer to the mic? It's I'm having a difficult time understanding.
go.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Speak loud if you can, Mr. Yiguerabide. There we go.
Yes, I plead guilty.
Okay. So before we do that, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you'll give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So is your true and correct name Jorge Yiguerabide Jr.?
Yes, sir.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Jonathan Garcia Davalos. Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case and ask him questions about what's going to happen here today?
Yes, sir.
Has he, I guess, yeah, he explained to you what's going to happen here today, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that I need to know about that prevents you from understanding what we're doing here today?
No, sir.
Have you been satisfied with the services Mr. Garcia has provided?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Garcia, do you believe your client is competent to go forward with trial today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did I ask him this already? Mr. Garabide, have you been satisfied with the services Mr. Garcia has provided?
Sure.
Okay, so I have in front of me a plea package that was presented to me, and it looks like you signed it. Do you remember going over that with your attorney?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And he explained to you everything that was in here?
Yes, sir.
Well, in here, you signed it, and there's an indication that you're willing to give up certain rights. And I have to cover a few of those before we go forward today with your plea, okay?
Okay.
And the first right that you're giving up is that you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to plead guilty. You have the right to have a jury hear your case and a jury assess your punishment. If there are witnesses and evidence against you, you have a right to confront them and ask them questions at trial. Do you understand that you're giving up those rights?
Yes, sir.
Also, if I go along with this agreement and I sentence you along the same lines of the agreement you have with the state of Texas, you cannot complain about that punishment to a higher court unless you get special permission from this court. Do you understand that?
I understand.
And I have to ask everyone this question. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And even though you're telling me that you are a U.S. citizen, I have to tell everyone, if you are not a U.S. citizen, pleading guilty can subject you to deportation. You can be denied re-entry into the United States, and you can be denied the right to become a U.S. citizen. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, if this, according to the P package that I have in front of me, you're going to be pleading to a first-degree felony. Is that your understanding?
My understanding was.
Oh, a lesser, you're going to be, well, let me take that back. I'm sorry. Yes, you will be pleading to a lesser, you were indicted on a first-degree felony, but you're going to be pleading to a third-degree felony. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay, and I have to also warn you that the maximum punishment for a third-degree felony in the state of Texas is a sentence between 2 to 10 years in a state prison and a fine not to exceed $10,000. Did your attorney explain that to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the maximum. That's necessarily what your agreement is or what the court is going to give you, but I have to admonish you about that. Knowing all these things, do you still want to go forward with a plea of guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as to the lesser included offense, of third-degree felony kidnapping, does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment? Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Who said that? Oh, there you are. I was gonna, you still showed it mute. You got to stay on, Mr. Garcia. Okay, thank you for waiving formal reading of the indictment. Okay, Mr. Garabide, as to the charge, third-degree felony kidnapping, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone?
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry. I don't see Mr. Garcia Davalos on the screen anymore. I emitted an iPhone. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
somebody was
that's,
trying to get in with an iPhone.
I'm not sure that's Mr. Garcia Davalos.
The person with the iPhone, can we have your name?
Is that you, Mr. Garcia?
Your Honor, this is Paul Thompson. I just logged into myself.
Okay. What happened to Mr. Garcia? If you know.
Nope.
He's
There
coming
he is.
back in,
He's
Judge.
coming in.
Can the court hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, I guess I got, for whatever reason, I got muted. What was the question, Your Honor?
Okay, okay, you wait, actually, your client already pled guilty. Did you hear that part?
No, Your Honor, I was not able to hear my client pleading guilty.
All right, so let me go back. You did waive formal reading of the indictment, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I waived reading of
Okay.
the indictment.
Mr. Garabida, again, I'm sorry I have to ask you this again, but as to the lesser included offense, third-degree felony, kidnapping, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Sir.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
And aside from the agreement you have with the state of Texas, is anyone promising you anything else
No,
for
sir.
pleading? Okay. And are you pleading guilty because you're accepting responsibility for the offense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've already talked about the plea package that you signed with your attorney, right? Is the state offering state's exhibit number 1 into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State office exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
States number 1 and any others are admitted. Okay, Mr. Girabide, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I find that it was made freely and voluntarily and find you guilty of the offense of kidnapping, a third-degree felony. The court is also going to approve and accept the agreement that you have. So I am going to sentence you along the lines of the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, and you'll be sentenced to a term of 6 years in a state prison, also known as TDCJ. You will be given credit for time served. Is probation, do we have any add-ons?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Any court cost or attorney's fees on Mr. Girabide? He just pled guilty and I sentenced him to 6 years.
Let me check on the court cost, Judge.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Miss Hernandez, to scare you. I think I'm paranoid about leaving you out that I called you
It's okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
unnecessarily. So, there's no, just keeping you on your toes.
It's 6 years.
Okay, so also as part of this agreement, the court is going to approve dismissal of cause number 2021 CRO 1264 and also the non-acceptance of prosecution booking number 2021-10-1601, evading arrest or detention, a class A misdemeanor, a felony 3, escaping while under arrest. Date of offense is 3/13/2021. What's EOCA?
It's engaging in an organized
Organized,
criminal activity.
okay. Felony 1 is also going to be dismissed. Felony 1, robbery and theft of service, which is a state jail felony. Date of offense 3/5/2021, and resisting arrest or transport, class A. And possession of a controlled substance inside a jail facility, felony 3, with a date of offense of 9/21/2021. And the court has already approved credit for time served. Just out of curiosity, how much time does he have?
We're looking at around a year to year and 6 months, or around that. Obviously, it will require the sheriff's office to verify the exact number of days, but it's around
Right.
that time.
Yeah, again, it's just a question. So at any rate, along those lines, Mr. Garabida, I have granted you credit for time served, so you will get credit for the time you've been in jail.
Very much.
Anything further?
I already have the court cost, Judge.
Go ahead.
It's $435 court cost, Crime Stoppers $50, and $500 attorney's fees.
I'll keep the court costs, but he's going away for 6 years. I don't know that he's gonna be able to pay. So the court will waive the $500 in attorney's fees,
Okay,
but the Crime Stoppers and the court costs shall remain.
okay, Judge.
So this has to be reviewed. Anything further then?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, good luck, Mr. Gerabide. Good luck, and hopefully your time will pass quickly.
Thank you so much. Your Honor.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Your Honor. That will be all. May be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Garcia. You're getting demerits though for logging on. So I think that
Yes.
does it for the 406. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anyone associated with the 406? You're free to go. Be free. And all right, so moving on. Yes? No one? Third floor, second floor? Ya mero, ya mero.
Are they going to the fourth floor now, Your Honor?
I don't know. I know we were gonna start using it again for magistration. I think we only have one left on the 341st.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I think we also have a writ. I don't know if that's the 341st one or not.
Yes.
Fine. Are you talking about Ivan Martinez, Mr. Trevino?
No, Charles Gerard Hook or Hauk.
Why do I know that name?
I think you magistrated him probably about 40 days ago.
I don't know. I don't have anything on Mr. How is it pronounced, Mr. Trevino?
It's spelled Houk, and we have an order, a Fiat 130 on the 341st. And there's a civil cause number.
Okay, well, give me a short preview. What it,
It's an out of county, Your Honor. It's 1521. He's arrested 40 something days ago. I'm gonna check the exact days right now. But he was arrested back on the 1st of March.
so what's his out of county? Yeah, what's his out of county charge?
Possession of marijuana and possession of controlled substance. And they're both out of Frio County.
Well, who's 341st? Regardless of whether they have him lined up to bring in Mr. Trevino
Yes, Your Honor.
on those, he's way past the 10 days. Go ahead and email it to me along with anything else you're gonna send me on the Texas Constitution. I'll take that under by submission, but that's gonna be cut and dry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Trevino, may I have the cause number, please?
2022 CVJ 000434 D3.
So let the jail know that they don't need to bring out Mr. Huck, and you might let them know. If you get me that motion or order, like in the next 20 minutes, I'm taking all this stuff home to sign tonight.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll have it first thing in the morning.
I'll get it scanned and emailed to you right now.
So Raquel, we're not gonna bring out Mr. Huck. I'm gonna take that under submission. but
Okay,
there-
Honor.
There's not a whole lot to argue on that.
Your Honor, I have Tomas Salinas.
That's the 49th.
That's the add-on, Judge, that I gave you.
Oh, okay. Court calls 2021 CRH 1088 D1, the state of Texas versus Tomas Salinas.
Judge, he went KPS back on October 29th of 2021.
Who's the, is this yours, Mr. Trevino?
You're muted, Fred.
Oh, it's the add-on?
Yes. Tomas Salinas.
I do believe it's ours, Your Honor.
Well, yeah, it says public defender. I'm assuming it's yours.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Judge, good afternoon, Valerie with pretrial. The public defender's office was appointed to Mr. Salinas yesterday.
Oh,
And is it Tomas Salinas or Omar?
Tomas.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor, he's currently in a no bond. This is a capias hearing, so I'm not sure why he didn't show up. It looks like he was capias April 9th.
No, well, it says here on October 29th of last year.
Oh, I
Um,
don't know why it says here. Oh, he's been in custody since that time. Yes, I'm sorry. My
Okay.
apologies. So I don't know why he didn't show up, Your Honor, but this is a consultation. I think it's consultation. I don't think we've had him here before.
Yes, it is. It is.
So we just need, I guess, some information and to reset him, Your Honor.
well, he disappeared on us. What KPS again?
On the 4th floor.
Oh, I see him there. I don't know if he speaks English.
Yeah, I speak English.
Okay. So,
There you are. Good afternoon,
Honor.
Mr. Salinas.
Yes, sir.
What happened back in October and all this other time?
I was incarcerated. I was in state jail, and when parole reinstated me on electrical monitoring, right? And I came home, and I had a case pending. That's all they told me. And this whole time I've been working, and taking care of my family. And I get pulled over by PD. They said I had a capias. My parole is aware of it, but I've been, staying out of trouble. I've been incarcerated. I did 10 years in prison, and then now this case goes back to 2020. I already got arrested for this case, and I was released from state jail in Austin, but I never received any kind of documentation saying that I had court or anything like that.
Well, Mr. Rodriguez, on this one.
I don't know if anybody's there for the state, Your Honor, except Mr. Thompson.
I think Paul's the only one online, Judge. Paul?
I'm here.
The defendant saying he was incarcerated in the state prison back in October, which is why he didn't show up to court.
We have no objection to recalling the case, yes, Your Honor.
Recalling, it's not a recall.
Well, Your Honor, I think the capias has already been executed, so what we would just request is that he be placed back on his original bond,
On the original bond?
and I'm not sure what that would have been.
Who's that that's commenting? Is that just office talk, or are they commenting on the proceedings?
I don't see anything.
No, I heard. All right.
I think Kathy's checking on how much the bond was last time he was released.
Yes, I am, Judge.
Mr. Salinas, where are you working?
I was at Laredo Material Supply,
Doing what?
forklift, loading and unloading house material. I work for my mother-in-law too. She has her own trucking, food trucks, taco moving. I was helping her out.
Do you remember what your old bond was, the one that was revoked?
Yes, it was 50,000.
50?
50.
You can't find it, Kathy?
No. It's robbery. Felony 2.
So the date he missed was the consultation, so the next setting would be the evidence exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Well, I'm not really modifying the bond, so. Okay, Mr. Salinas, well, we'll find it. Mr. Salinas, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna reinstate your bond.
Okay.
You're gonna be back in court. What's gonna be the date for the evidence exchange? You're gonna
May
have to.
20th. May 20th, Judge.
May
At 9
20th
a.m.
at 9 a.m. So do you know how to Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can Zoom in, but if you can't, and you have problems, you have to show up in person, okay? You come to the courthouse.
I will.
I'm giving you a chance so you can continue to work, and you're gonna promise me you're gonna stay out of trouble, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
A phone number, Judge.
We just need a phone number, Your Honor.
Phone number, Mr. Salinas?
956-897-1033.
Okay, you're gonna also have to be patient because it's late in the day. You're not gonna get processed today, so it'll probably be tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so you gotta sit tight, and like I said,
Judge, it states that, I'm sorry, that he was transferred to Garza West. He was never out on bond.
well, that's kind of what he was telling me. He was in jail, which is why he couldn't show up to court.
Yeah.
So did it have a bond amount then?
No, no bond. It says no bond.
Oh, well, I guess set a bond, Judge, on him. Oh, but then how is he going to be released?
So, okay, Mr. Trevino,
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, I'm
This
kind of
puts you
hard.
in, this puts you in a bind because now you have to adjust the bond, correct?
Well, no, well, maybe, but we'll get some leeway to go old school, special circumstances, and really, the full compliance isn't until December 1st, but we are making efforts not to circumvent any of the requirements. So, I mean, wouldn't they, I mean, if he was arrested on a warrant initially or picked up on that offense, they would have set up a bond.
I'm trying to look it up, Your Honor.
Well, it says on 3/31/2020, Capes outstanding with a 50,000 bond with JP. It was with JP, not with us.
So it would have been a warrant.
Exactly.
So, yeah. That makes, but again, I mean, by reinstating that, we retract, well, it was already served, right?
Well, the capias was, Your Honor, but the bond, I think, still stays the same.
All right, well. Well, and I don't know that they would have done it this quickly, but they would have, the bondsmen are starting to file for permission or, yeah, to be let off once they're rearrested. And I don't think this has happened. It would have been too quick on this. So I'll reinstate the original bond so you don't have to pay again. That should pop up on Odyssey that, okay. We'll stay on top of that, Mr. Trevino. The court is ordering that his bond be reinstated to the extent the KPS is withdrawn. I don't know if that's an empty order, but.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the.
Okay, so we're still set for May 20th at 9 a.m. for evidence exchange.
If something happens along that line, Mr. Trevino, just let me know via email.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have relatively light schedule tomorrow, and I'll be here on Friday morning.
You'll be here on Friday?
I have jail duty.
Judge, that's all I have.
That's it? We don't have more?
That's it for the 49.
All right, 49 is excused. So I guess I think we only have one left on the 406.
Ivan Garcia.
Hey, what about Ivan Garcia? Martinez, I mean.
We heard him, Judge. That's Gecko's case, remember?
Oh, yeah. So we're not, these are gonna be heard later, right?
Yep.
So does he need to refile this or give this back to you?
What?
The motions to set bond, I'm sure he's gonna urge.
No, because we don't need them because those were Fred's.
Yeah,
Fred
but
filed those.
the substitute counsel doesn't vitiate the prior motion.
But he didn't though.
No, he didn't.
He didn't request that.
Okay. Well, they were set for today. They weren't urged, so I guess we can reset it if he'll need to file that. So I'm going to discard these, Alma.
Yes, Judge.
All right, who do we have left on the 340 on the 406? Are we done?
I think so. They didn't bring anybody else.
Your Honor,
Well,
the 341st, we're missing Ivan Garcia, Your Honor. He's on page 6.
We don't have do we have a body? What about the plea in Gallegos on the 406? No?
Four oh six is gone.
Did we hear that? We didn't hear Gallegos, I don't think, for some reason.
What page, Judge?
Well, I have a plea package for Gallegos out of the 406.
Because I don't see his name on the docket.
Yeah, so we didn't call it. That's fine.
We have a deputy on the 4th floor, Judge.
Okay. The only one we're missing is Ivan Garcia.
Ivan Garcia, let me check where he's at, Your Honor. Rodriguez already left, so
I'll bring him in.
And which court is Mr. Garcia out of?
341st. I mean, 40, yeah, 341st.
Is he with the public defenders?
Yes.
Yes.
He had a KPS issued for failing to appear on March 31st. It's a third-degree felony with, is that a class A, 40 ounces? Is that still? Or is that a state jail?
Is there anybody else, Your Honor? They're bringing in Evan Garcia.
No, that's the last one. And thank you. Alma was taking a long time today.
It's a class A, Judge.
What?
You're talking about me?
Oh, no, another Alma.
Okay.
With the same
Are
last
you sure?
name.
There's no other Alma here.
With the same last name.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We just had a lot today.
That's how we're gonna play it. Okay.
No, I was trying to go fast. I think.
Well, Your Honor, I believe that's everything for me and 49th and the Ritz, so.
Who's the, who had, Mr. Nieto, is this yours?
Yes, John, it's fine.
Well, you already have all the dates and everything. Do you know why your client didn't show up?
I do not. We haven't been able to make contact with them yet.
Your Honor, if that's everything, may I be excused?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
If you have any case law, and
I'll pull up the case law, Your Honor, and I'll send it to you probably tomorrow.
okay, thank you. Yeah, you know, I want to get a good handle on that issue.
But I believe all those cases were before Senate Bill 6, so.
Well, I mean, there's some leeway. I mean, again, I've never been, I don't think I've ever been radical on one side or the other.
Yes, Your Honor.
So anyways, all right, you're good, Mr. Trevino. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
General Evan Garcia also needs an interpreter. Needs an interpreter.
Buenas tardes, señor Garcia.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Nieto, do you have any idea why your client didn't show up on the 31st?
I do
Señor
not, Your
Nieto.
Honor.
Señor Nieto, ¿usted sabe por qué su cliente no se presentó el día 31? No, su señoría, no sé.
Señor Garcia,
Sí, señor, la razón por la que no falté el día de corte es que la verdad no sabía que tenía corte ese día. Pues la caución que tengo los cargos estos fue hace 2 años y pues no, yo pensé que me iban a mandar una carta a mi dirección, como saqué mi ID y puse mi dirección nueva, pues pensé que me iban a mandar carta o me iban a avisar, pero en realidad pues ya supe que pues no me avisan, yo soy el que tengo que estar pendiente y no sabía.
Deme un segundo para interpretar. Honestly, I didn't know I had court that day. The last time was 2 years ago. I thought they were going to send me a letter because I had gotten my new ID with my new address, and I thought they were going to send me a letter.
is that correct on the date of offense is 2 years old?
¿Es correcto que el delito sucedió hace 2 años?
Sí, sir.
Yes, sir.
Y en verdad, esos 2 años he cambiado, tengo trabajo ahorita. Ahorita no sé si en verdad he perdido mi trabajo porque he faltado desde un monte. Tengo visitas de child support, he estado siempre a las puertas de child support. Si en verdad si hubiera sabido que hubiera tenido corte, me hubiera presentado para que no pasara.
Deme un segundo para poder interpretar. Yes, it was 2 years ago, and I've since then I've changed. I have a job. I don't know if I've lost my job because I haven't showed up since Monday. I have child support also.
Okay. Is anyone here for the state?
¿Alguien aquí de parte del procurador?
Paul Thompson for the state, Your Honor.
We're looking at a 2-year offense for maybe a Class A or a state jail possession with the felony 3 for attempting to destroy, but you know how that goes. I'm kind of inclined to retract the capias on this.
Your Honor, just given the fact that he's been capious for so long, I would ask for a $15,000 at least on the felony 3 and perhaps a $10,000 on the other.
En este momento estoy inclinado a retirar la orden de arresto, pero de parte del procurador es porque ya sucedió hace tiempo, entonces por lo menos 15,000 en el delito grave tercer grado y 10,000 en el otro.
Wait. Mr. Thompson, my understanding is that the court date that he missed was on last month, on the 31st of March, 2022.
Tengo por entendido que él no se presentó la última vez el 31 de marzo del 2022.
My apologies. I guess I wasn't listening closely enough. Whatever the court feels is okay with the state at that point, Your Honor. Perhaps a PR would be fine as long as the case is indicted.
Yeah,
Disculpe, a lo mejor no es.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Disculpe, a lo mejor no escuché, pero lo que quiera poner el juez en este momento, si quiere poner una fianza bajo palabra.
So, Mr. Nieto.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can retract the capias. I can't imagine the bondsman's had time to get off the bond. Or I could grant him a PR bond.
Yes, Your Honor, if we may be granted a 10,000 PR bond for
Okay.
count 1 and 2,000 PR bond for count 2.
Okay, we'll do a $10,000 PR bond so he can get out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for the record, my client pleads not guilty. We're from reading the indictment and request for pretrial settings. I believe we have those already.
Yeah, you should have them already.
Thank you, Your Honor.
En este momento se le podrá otorgar $10,000 en una fianza bajo palabra para que pueda salir, y de parte de su abogado se declara no culpable y renunciamos a la lectura de los cargos y pedimos una fecha nueva.
Is it per bond? I mean, per count, Judge? I'm sorry.
I only have one count, a 3rd degree. Oh, I'm sorry.
And the Class
What was
A.
the possession was what?
Class A.
We'll do a $2,000 PR bond on the Class A.
And Your Honor, if I may have my client's phone number.
And 10,000 on Class 1, right?
No, on the felony 3 is 10,000.
Thank you.
10 and 2.
PR bond.
PR bond on both.
Thank you.
Será 10,000 en el delito grave del tercer grado y 2,000 en el bajo palabra en la clase A. ¿Si nos puede dar un número de teléfono, señor?
No me sé mi número de memoria, pero tengo mi teléfono en mis pertenencias, y cuando pueda pagar la fianza, antes de salir, puedo dejar mi nuevo número.
I don't know my phone number in my memory, but I have my phone with my things, so when I can get out, I can give them my number.
Mr. Garcia, I'm allowing you to sign yourself out. That's what a PR bond is. You
Señor
won't have to
Garcia,
pay anything.
usted no tendrá que pagar nada. Una fianza bajo palabra es que usted va a poder firmar por sí solo.
Muchas gracias. Entonces, nomás tendría que firmar bajo mi solo y podría salir.
With a promise
So
to come back, with a promise to come back when you have your settings.
So then if I sign, I can get out. Sí, con la promesa de que va a regresar a su siguiente cita.
Yes, sir. Sí. Prometo que
Then
a la otra corte.
vas a poder firmar y vas a salir, pero la orden no va a estar hasta mañana, así es que vas a tener que estar paciente, pero mañana debes de salir, ¿ok?
Okay, sure. Gracias.
Yes, thank you very much.
Pero tienes cita el día 21, perdón, sí, el día 21 de abril, que es el jueves de la próxima semana a la 1:30. ¿No tienes teléfono donde te pueden?
Sí, sí tengo mi teléfono, ahí tengo la de Zoom Y igual nomás mando mi número y me mandan un código para meterme a la call, ¿verdad?
Pero,
Yes, I have the number, but and I can log in through Zoom. They send me the number and I log in, right?
yes, but if you cannot Zoom in, you have to show up in person.
Sí, pero si no se puede presentar por la computadora por Zoom, entonces tiene que presentarse en persona.
Well, and Mr. Garcia, you may want to call the public defender's office as soon as you get out to make sure they can get a hold of you.
Y después cuando salga, por favor, comuníquese con los abogados de oficio de inmediato para que ellos se puedan comunicar con usted.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Good, buena suerte. Good luck, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia.
Ya le voy a dejar abierto. Ya voy.
All right, everyone. Thank you. I know that
Thank
was
you,
long.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Judge.